Hello. Are we ready to start? I hope we are. So, hello, welcome everyone. I'm Drahomira Cupar from the University of Zadar, Department of the Information Sciences. And it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this beautiful building called Two Palaces, because it's containing of the two, it's built from two palaces. So I'm sure that you will be able to walk around a bit. So I wish you all a very warm welcome, even though we had a lot of rain today. I think we are getting better. And I want to wish you all, I want to welcome you all to the 11th PubMet conference. We just finished our first summer school in the next door building, but I think I won't use much of your time for this introduction. I will call our Vice Rector, Professor Zvijezdan Penezic, to welcome you all on behalf of University of Zadar.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, distinguished researchers, students, and friends. I'm just pronouncing this friends because I'm here this conference for the fourth or fifth time in a row, always greeting all these participants, and I'm feeling like at home here. So on behalf of the University of Zadar, it's my great pleasure once again to welcome you to the PubMet 2024, sorry, the International Conference on Scholarly Communication in context of open science. University of Zadar trying to organize all the best. Here, like Drahomira mentioned about the weather, we try to organize the best possible weather, but this year we were not happy with this one, and I don't want to discourage you, but this afternoon it's even expecting that more rain will fall, so sorry for that. But we are delighted to host this prestigious event, which will bring together academic and research leaders, librarians, publishers, and policy makers to engage in fruitful discussions on the rapidly evolving landscape of the scholarly communication. Our university, with its rich academic tradition and commitment to the advancement of knowledge, is very proud to serve as a platform for innovative ideas and collaboration that are shaping the future of open science. And this part of the open science we are pronouncing every year here. The diversity of the topics covered at the conference, from open access publishing to data sharing to ethical considerations, underscore the importance of fostering an open, collaborative environment that drives scientific progress. Zadar, a city known for its history, culture, and natural beauty, provides the perfect setting for this exchange of ideas. And I hope that you will enjoy in Zadar, not maybe this afternoon, but tomorrow will be very nice outside. We hope that you will take the opportunity not to only to participate in this scientific disclosure, but also to experience the unique charm of our city. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to organizers, speakers, participants who have made this event possible. Their contributions are essential to the success of this conference. And thank you, Drahomira, thank you, Jadranka, thank you all of you for your help and your organization skills for this conference. And once again, I thank you for participation and wish you a productive and inspiring conference. So welcome to the PubMet and welcome to the University of Zadar. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Rector, for the warm welcome. Now I would like to call Lea Škorić, who is chair of our program committee for this year's conference, to introduce you to the conference. Please, Lea.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and honored guests, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to PubMet, the 11th Conference on Scholarly Communication in the context of open science. Many of you have been here with us in Zadar, attending our first summer school of scientific communication. We really had 3 fruitful days discussing research integrity, multilingualism, rights and licensing, and challenges of visibility, metadata, and indexing. The overwhelming interest in the summer school and the positive feedback we received so far underscore the importance of integrating the school into the PubMet, and we hope to continue this initiative in the coming years. And now it is time for our main event, the conference dedicated to research assessment reform, a topic that has never been more timely or important. In recent years, the call for change in how we evaluate research has gained significant momentum. It has become clear that the systems currently in place often fail to serve the true mission of universities, focusing too narrowly on productivity-driven metrics while sidelining the broader impact and integrity of scholarly work. Now we can say that we stand on a crossroads where the need to reform research assessment is not just a matter of enhancing efficiency, but of reshaping the values that underpin our academic culture. This conference will explore the complex relationship between research culture and assessment, and hopefully tackle some of the key dilemmas that are shaping the reform movement, such as meaningfully combining quantitative and qualitative approaches, or how to balance the sensitivity to diverse national and disciplinary contexts while maintaining interoperable, fair, and efficient assessment practices. Our distinguished speakers and panelists will guide us through the underlying principles in science, the ethics and integrity of research and research assessment. We will discuss how research assessment can embrace value-driven approaches to foster a more resilient academic future, keeping in mind how these processes unfold across different regions and different disciplines. Our PubMet has always been driven by the ideals of open science. So today and tomorrow, we will also examine the multifaceted relationship between openness and research evaluation. How can we ensure that our systems of assessment include not only the right metrics, but the right voices? How can we offer researchers greater influence on what they are evaluated on and navigate the tension between context specificity and comparability in a way that it doesn't overburden all of those involved? The role of Diamond Open Access journals, open peer review, and different tools and infrastructure enabling and supporting open science will also be discussed. Finally, through the lens of what we can call the evaluation game, we will analyze how scholarly metrics shape not only the scholarly communication, but the very behaviors and decisions of researchers, institutions, and policymakers. We hope that by the end of this conference, we will gain a deeper understanding on how to build assessment systems that not only drive excellence, but also support the core mission of research, advancing knowledge, fostering integrity, and promoting equity in our academic communities. Before we begin this journey together, let us all take some time to honor the memory of Vladimir Mrsha, Professor Emeritus at the Faculty of Food Technology and Biotechnology at the University of Zagreb, and a longtime member of the organizing and program committees for PubMet, who is unfortunately no longer with us. As a distinguished professor and a respected figure in the scientific community, Professor Mirsha made great contributions as an outstanding scientist, but also as an advocate of open science. Above all, he was a dear friend and colleague who mentored generations of young scientists and experts, helping them find their own way. We at PubMed are committed to honoring his legacy by striving for excellence in scientific research and continuing to promote open science, just as he believed and supported us to do. He will always remain in our hearts. So please take a minute of silence in his honor. And now, let us start with our first session. This is entitled Research, Assessment and Openness, a Multifaceted Relationship. Our first invited keynote speaker is Ms. Bianca Kramer. After having worked as scholarly communication and open science librarian at the Utrecht University Library, she moved to an independent consulting and research analyst role at Sesame Open Science. Her focus is still on open science, open metadata, and open infrastructure. She has investigated trends in innovation in scholarly communications, organized many interactive workshops on open science. She is one of the founding members of the Initiative for Open Abstract and part of the organizing team of the Barcelona Declaration on Open Access, Open Research Information. Currently, she is a member of the preprint advisory group of Crossref and a member of numerous scientific and advisory boards across European projects. So, Bianca, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Leah, for that kind introduction. And while you set up my presentation, thank you very much, Jadranka and colleagues, for inviting me. And Jadranka, I remember we first met, I think, almost 10 years ago in Geneva when you told me all about your conference. And you invited me last year, and then I messed up my schedule. And today I almost didn't make it. So thank you very much for your patience, and I'm very happy to be here. This is looking good. So what I would like to do today is indeed touch upon a lot of the topics that Leah already mentioned in her introduction, to sort of hopefully also set the scene for the rest of the conference when we're talking about research assessment in its various facets and its relation with openness. Thank you. And for those of you who are not a fan of this dark black background, don't worry, because all the rest of my slides will not be. So first, when we talk about research assessment, it's good to realize what the function of research assessment is, or the various functions. And I listed just a couple of them here. Why do we do research assessment? It's to decide on allocation of research budgets. It's to make decisions on hiring, promotion, and tenure. It's also to shape university reputation and thereby our attractiveness as universities for incoming students, for collaborations, all these things. And from there, it follows that the choices we make in how research assessment is done, how evaluation is done, also shapes the university. So it's important to not just do what everyone else is doing, and because it's always done that way, and because it's easy to do that, because the data are nicely packaged for us, but really align assessment practices with the core value of the institution, university as an institution, and the system as a whole. So the core question, in my opinion, is really what kind of institutions do universities want to be? And for me, that's the first sort of facet or dimension of research assessment and openness. If we value openness as an institution, then it stands to reason that openness should be an integral part of how we do research assessment. So in looking at research assessment and in thinking about how we can change research assessment, there are a couple of dimensions at play. And the first one is broadening and widening assessment, looking at what we assess and what type of impacts and importance signals we look at. But then I think another part is how we do that and the lenses we use, and what Lei also said, who is included, who has a say, who decides. So I'll touch upon all these aspects in the course of my talk. And the first one, broadening and widening, is perhaps the one that we are already most familiar with. That's already in the DORA Declaration 2013, it was stated very explicitly that for the purpose of research assessment, it's important to consider the value and impact of all research output, to go beyond just journal articles, but to look at all outputs of research. And then also to consider a broad range of impact measures, including qualitative impact indicators of research impact. So broadening and widening. And I would add to that I think it's also important to not look at research outputs or outcomes, but look at research activities. So really consider the whole research workflow when you think about assessment. And I put on screen here an example from my own former university, Utrecht University, where we went through that, really thinking, okay, what are those different activities that might be useful to consider? And I should say that all of the images in this slide are usually linked to where they're coming from. So there are a couple of them with a lot of text that I will not go through in detail, but you can always go back to them. So this is, see if this works. Yeah. So for going through the research workflow, starting with prioritizing research, setting out research lines, and then designing the research. There are many different activities that you can look at when you think about, okay, how do we want to do that? And then what do we need for that? And how can we assess or evaluate whether that was successful? And that includes, do we all have the necessary competencies in our team? What does a research group, what competence should be included in that group? And then when you think about the research process, actually doing the research, and then about knowledge dissemination as other areas of activities, there again, you can think about a lot of different things that you can consider. And again, one example here, publication dissemination strategy, which is something that doesn't come at the end, but it should really come at the beginning. Like, who is your audience? Who do you want to reach? Who are your intended target groups? And then what are the best way to communicate your research to reach those groups? And then it's much more about, did we actually manage to reach those groups, rather than did we produce X journal articles in these journals? It's a much more holistic way of looking at research activities and outputs. So benefits of doing that, benefits of also looking at activities, looking at the whole process, is that you can link it to strategic goals. You can make assessment much more formative assessment. So not just bean counting after the fact, but really also during the process, see if you're on the right track. Are you actually meeting your own goals? And that ties into those second and third points. Those choices can be context specific. They can take into account disciplinary differences. And they can also be collective choices. This can be a dialogue, not something that's imposed on you from the outside, but as a research team, as a research group, as a faculty, discuss what's important. And then what choices does that lead to in terms of what you do and what you would like to be assessed on to see if you're successful. And it can also include assessment as a way of safeguarding good research practices. If you don't just look at the output in the end, but also at how research is done, that could be a way to safeguard good research practices. And that might come up later today when we talk about research integrity. Again, from the Netherlands, one example of this, at least where this is attempted to be implemented, is the Dutch Strategy Evaluation Protocol, which is like a 6-year exercise where research groups are assessed. It's a formative assessment. And it used to be called the Standard Evaluation Protocol. And I think that name change from Standard Evaluation Protocol to Strategy Evaluation Protocol tells you everything about what has been attempted to do about that. So really trying to fit that evaluation, make that in relation to the unit strategy. Looking at research quality, societal impact, viability, including some specific aspects, including open science practices, but also academic culture and human resource policy. So how do you make a good team composition? And the way this is done by providing narratives supported by data. So not just lists of publications and lists of other outputs out of context, but really make your own narrative and support that by data. And explicitly, there's a free choice of indicators. So that sounds very nice. But the devil, I think, is in the details, and especially that last part, narrative supported by data and free choice of indicators. In practice, that turns out to be quite a difficult problem because it requires also research groups to be courageous into daring to suggest perhaps other indicators for impact. And then everyone keeps looking at each other. And there's a lot of discussion to really take this to the next step. So I'd like to talk a little bit more about that choice of indicators. Because, and that's what Leah also mentioned in her introductory talk, it could be considered a balancing act, choosing which indicators to use. And more specifically, a balancing act between what is relevant in a specific case, in a specific context, in a specific discipline, for a specific research group or researcher, depending on what is thought is relevant for that in that situation, and comparableness. If you want to compare different groups, different researchers, different institutions, different countries, then often you want to strive more towards using similar indicators to make that comparison like more a one-to-one comparison. So it's really a balancing act. And on one hand, as I said, being more context dependent, providing more freedom also to suggest, to come up with the indicators that you want to be assessed on, enables a broader spectrum of activities, outputs and indicators, and also provides more agency for those being assessed. On the other hand, if you want to compare multiple groups or different groups, then that often requires more standardized requirements for outputs and metrics. And I think this is one of the key issues that a lot of the discussions, a lot of the projects, a lot of the groups working on this are currently struggling with. And just as an example, 3 European groups, European projects, I should say, that are currently working on that. And just a show of hands, who of you are involved in any of these projects? Oh, not that many. Which one? Ah, yes. No. So yeah, there and Grasspress is one, Pathos is another one, Opus is another one. And in very different ways, and I'm sort of leveling this here, in very different ways, they're all involved in trying to think of new ways of assessment, trying to think of the activities and the indicators, maybe trying to develop a framework, and then struggling with that exact question, like how prescriptive do you want a framework to be? How much space do you want to leave for like freedom to decide and agency for those being assessed? I think it's quite interesting to see that play out. And I know GraphPRS for one is in one of the subparts also looking at really at transdisciplinary research and what is needed for that and how good are the current indicators that we have for that kind of assessment. Also, LERU, the League of European Research Universities, they produced a position paper earlier this year about next generation metrics. And I want to call out one figure, one schema of my colleague, my current colleague, Jeroen Bosman from Utrecht University, who participated in this working group and who made this very nice summary. Again, a slide that I'm not going to go through all of that, but it's linked. But sort of sketching the different elements at play. So when we're looking at changes due to open science and scholarship, changes in recognition and rewards, that means measuring different things and measuring things differently. And that puts requirements on the metadata and the metrics that we use on the right side. And then, of course, the big question mark in the middle, how well are current indicators, available indicators, how well do they match the need to measure different things or to measure things differently? And it's quite interesting for each of those to see what we currently have, to what extent they're fit for purpose, and to what extent they're currently still things lacking. One other aspect, and that has to do with all these new types of indicators, new ways, wanting to include a broader range of outputs, a broader range of activities, allow for almost custom indicators, have people decide which are the best indicators to show the importance of their work. And how does that relate to the quality of those indicators or to trust in what they actually signify? Can we think about trust markers for research assessment? Do we need to think about trust for research assessment? The whole discussion about preprints that we've had sort of on steroids during the COVID pandemic about quality of preprints, and are preprints inherently bad quality? No, of course not. But some of them are. Some journal articles are bad quality. What are the trust markers that we can sort of identify and perhaps also use in assessment to decide what is of good quality? And just want to cite a paper from Paul and Magni from Open Air here that was out earlier this week or last week that really touches upon that also in the context of bringing all that information together in a research graph or in a bibliographic system. If you bring a lot of diverse information from very many different sources together, how do you decide what to include or not? And if you use that information, how do you decide which of parts of that graph to use or not? And can we think about trust markers? And that can be markers for scientific or scholarly trust, including peer review or endorsements, or presence of methodological trust markers, presence of linked data set, of linked code, and the quality thereof. And that's also going to be a topic of discussion later in this conference. And also perhaps metadata trust, the quality of metadata, deciding which data sources you use or which records to include in those data sources. Are all the records for all the outputs that we might want to include, do they have good data quality yet? And vice versa. Does a lack of good data quality say anything about quality? And you can notice from the way that I'm talking about this, I've not decided on that. I'm very much processing that myself. I think it's important, but there's also a big risk of gatekeeping. And we should always ask ourselves, in these trust markers, who are deciding on those trust markers? Is that the academic community in whatever way we organize? Or is that going to be done to us by commercial publishers or commercial data companies? I think it's a hot topic. It should be a hot topic, and it touches upon many different levels of openness. I want to give one example of the effect of looking at specific data sources, and that's OA journals, open access journals in DOAJ. This is not to call out DOAJ as somehow a bad actor, because it's also a community-driven initiative, but just to show that choices that you make and sort of inclusion criteria that you set for good reasons also have an effect on what's included and what you get when you look at that. So what I did for the European Commission, I wrote a report touching on transparency of costs for transformative agreements, but also looked at diversity and development of publishing. And for that, using open data sources, I looked at by country development over the years of types of open access. You all have seen these type of figures a lot of times. What I wanted, why I want to highlight it here is because it includes, in the bottom, diamond open access, as could be identified in Directory of Open Access Journals in DOAJ. And it includes, in light green, full open access journals, identified as such in OpenAlex, that are not included in DOAJ. And then the dark yellow is APC-based open access journals in DOAJ. And what happens if you make these type of images for a handful of Western European countries, including the Netherlands? It's a pretty homogeneous image. You can see details in how fast the rise of hybrid access goes and the role of green open access, but that's not why I'm putting this slide up. What I want to highlight is that both the proportion of diamond open access is very low, and also that proportion of non-DOAJ full open access journals, publishing in those journals, is very low. So it's quite easy to think that that's probably not that important. But the picture is dramatically different if you look at Eastern European countries. There's an effect of publication volume, and where the lines are more like ragged, that's often due to a somewhat lower publication volume. But it's quite clear that the proportion of diamond open access is higher, and also the proportion of publishing in those open access journals not in DOAJ is quite substantial. And including the Baltic countries, where you see relatively similar image, and highlighting Croatia, where you can also really very clearly see this. And we can hypothesize and discuss why this is. Many different reasons for that, and can do that over dinner. But I think the important point is that if you only look at DOAJ, then you miss a large part of the output, of the open access output. And we don't know what those journals are on the face of it. It's easy probably to say, well, perhaps they're predatory journals, but I think a large proportion of those are actually diamond open access journals that are not meeting all the criteria of DOAJ, or that are for other reasons not applying to DOAJ. And I hope that in the next two presentations about the DMS project, that's also a point of attention there. So how can we identify more diamond journals and making them more visible? And that is already also the segue from just simply broadening and widening research assessment to more activities and outputs and more indicators of quality and impact, to considering how we actually do that and the choices we make in doing that. And that has to do with who do we give control over the information on research outputs, activities, and impact. And how open and inclusive are the data and the infrastructures we use. So in the last part of my talk, I want to elaborate a little bit on that and make the step to open research information and open infrastructures. These questions. If we want to include more information on open science, if we want the data to be more open. One example of what's been happening again in my country, in the Netherlands, because I'm most familiar with that and I'm also most exercised about this one, I'm really angry about this one, is the deal that the Dutch universities made with Elsevier, where they combined a read and publish deal with services for open science as pilots. And what happened in these open science services? Universities collaborating with Elsevier in developing, monitoring data sets, monitoring funding and grants. And there are a couple of other ones as well, but let's highlight these two. So really, universities helping Elsevier by having Elsevier use their data and checking the outcomes and then getting the results back for them to use. Inventorizing data sets as output, linking publications and data, investigating grants as output. At the same time, providing Elsevier with developing those services that are then being marketed to other universities where they will not get those data openly to use freely as the Dutch universities included in their negotiation, but Elsevier will sell those data as closed data to other universities. So a lot of money goes into that, a lot of effort, collaboration from the universities goes into that. And at the same time, we've got COSREF working on grant IDs and linking funders to publications to make that more publicly, openly available. So this is one way of working on research information. But there are other ways of doing that as well. Sorbonne University deciding to unsubscribe from Web of Science and then instead putting support, also financial support, towards OpenLX. CWTS in Leiden using fully open data for the Leiden ranking, so they can also completely share those data rather than using Clarivate's data that have to keep close. I think another example is OpenAir collaborating in a lot of European projects to also help those projects use their open data. And another example, the French Open Science Monitor, that really made it a point to only use open data source so they can be fully transparent in both their methodology and their underlying data. So this leads to the Barcelona Declaration and almost the end of my talk that Leah already introduced, which was launched this April and really calls on universities to also make a commitment to open research information. And a commitment to make openness the default for the information they use and produce, working with services and systems that support that, also support the sustainability of these services, and collaborate in collective action. Because, for instance, this one, Sorbonne just took that step and they were in a position to take that step to unsubscribe from Web of Science. That's a lot harder for other universities on their own to maybe contemplate. And to be stronger, to collect, to make that really collaborative effort and help each other build expertise and share experiences. That's what we hope the Barcelona Declaration will do. And I want to end with highlighting again the importance not just of open data and open methodology as a result of using certain tools or platforms. It's one thing if those data that result from that are open and you can use them. It's a very other thing if the data, the infrastructure themselves are also open. That includes considerations like, are they themselves open source? What are their business models? What's their governance? Those kind of questions. And there, when you think about the benefits of those non-profit open infrastructures, there are a number of those infrastructures that are collaborating in schools also to organize funding for them. They came up, developed 4 different benefits. That open infrastructures are accountable to their communities, not to shareholders, that they add balance to a system often dominated by commercial actors, that they can interoperate by virtue of being open and by virtue also of their code base being open. They can integrate more easy, so you can build something more than the sum of its parts, and that they're also more transparent in terms of finance and governance. So institutions wanting to invest in that they also can get a clear picture of what they're actually investing in. So I think there are many reasons that open infrastructures are important. And I should add that they can only thrive if we not just say that they're important, or if we not just use their open data and then hope they will stay in business or by whatever magic, but really also support those infrastructures, because they cannot exist in a vacuum. They can only exist and thrive if we actually support and use them. So to summarize, I think when we think about research assessment and openness, and we think about those different perspectives, broadening and widening, and the lenses we use and the perspectives we use, there are directions to choose, there are decisions to make. And I think it's important to really go back to that first question, like what are the institutions we want to be, and what does that mean for how we conduct research assessment? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I can start with a simple and practical question. Would you say, how much time did it took for the Dutch scientific community to accept these new and reformed assessment processes?
I think it's still a process. We're very much not there yet. We've had pretty heated discussions also from like arrived scientists who grew up and who gained their reputation in the current system and who were very vocal against that. And we've had like really like open letters arguing against each other with the fear of looking at moving to new ways of assessment, that being detrimental to quality. And it's because the old system is being threatened. And yes, we will also lose something. And if you're convinced that, for instance, impact factor are a true measure of the importance of research, then if that's being taken away, then yeah, that causes a lot of concern. There's also, in my opinion, more perhaps valid concerns of younger researchers who like the ideas, but who also feel that while they are doing their PhD, the rock is being thrown from underneath them, and the rules are being changed during the game. And it's like they don't know what's expected of them anymore. And I can totally see that. So at the same time, there's a broad recognition, especially also outside of the sciences, that broadening and widening and deepening is in itself a good thing. So it's a work in progress.
Thank you. And from the audience is
Hello, Eva Grabri-Chandonovsky from University of Zagreb. I was thinking about it when you mentioned the fact that there are a lot of journals which are in Diamond Open Access and are from Croatia and not in DOAJ. And I know the reason for that. They were actually there before, but when the DOAJ was checking all the journals, they noticed that they are not all complied to their policies, and especially the fact that the journals didn't have Creative Commons licenses or a smart way of making these agreements with authors about authorship and the use. And so we are now, as I'm the president of Croatian Association for Scholarly Communication, we are now developing a training system for the editors to train them how to choose. And this was one of the topics of our summer school about copyright and licenses. And I was thinking about the fact that we had some surveys among peer reviewers and authors about open peer review. And the fact was that a lot of them, although they're inclined to be in favor of it, weren't that keen to do it themselves. So are we doing enough on education of especially early career researchers, how to open their data and how not to be afraid to share? Because I think we need to change not only from the top, but only from the bottom, the system.
No, I completely agree. I think on the first part of your question, that's I think exactly the question. Like, do we want to set specific standards also for journals because it's good practice and it helps also sharing like the Creative Commons license. At the same time, it's a burden for journals and it's a challenge for journals, especially smaller journals, to meet those challenges. So I'm really glad, and I think in one of the next talks about the DMS project, this will come up, that there's also support needed for journals to move into that direction. And I think that ties into your second part, the support needed for early career researchers. Because yes, a lot of the things that are being asked of them also are unfamiliar. They take time and they take effort. So needs to be practical support, but it can also be like threatening and scary, often having to do with power imbalances. And do you want to open up as a peer reviewer if that might risk your reputation? Or if that puts you in a very distinct lower position in power imbalance, and do you then do it? I think there are ways around it. You can have open peer reviews while not having open peer review identities. But it's also, I think, a cultural discussion. And yeah, I completely agree with you that that needs to be also bottom up. And I know, again, in the Netherlands, we have the open science communities now at each university where researchers themselves are organizing to discuss exactly these things. And I think those developments and those initiatives are really useful and needed to make this change also from the bottom up.
Yeah, thank you, because I'm coming from the university, so I know for sure that it's not been discussed at a greater extent among the employees of the university themselves. Jadranka.
No, Jadranka, you can take it.
Thank you, Bianca, for really inspiring presentation. And Croatia, as you probably know, is the country heavily relying on traditional metrics, on journal impact factors, on prestige journals and publications, even when we are speaking about books and number of publications. So primarily such kind of criteria is applied in research assessment. But we are still discussing a lot about a reform of the research assessment system. And when I mention to my colleagues that in the future, research assessment will be more focused on quality, not so much on quantity and only quantitative metric indicators, all of them are laughing. So it's because, and they say that we are such a small scholarly community and research community that qualitative research assessment is not possible because we all know each other, we are friends or enemies or relatives. So what would you answer? What would you reply? So how to somehow fight for qualitative research assessment in the small research community?
I think, and I feel a bit like almost it's not up to me to say something about your system. But in general, I think that qualitative research assessment does not need to be subjective. And taking the example from our national funder, who started with a narrative CV, and they got a lot of flack for doing a narrative CV exactly for those things, that it's, if you just base funding decisions on a narrative, that helps people who are outspoken and who can write well and who can do something, who can present themselves easily. But it's actually, when you look at what's being asked, it's not just a narrative. It's really more an evidence-based CV. You as a researcher have the choice what to present as your expertise and your activities and your outputs that demonstrates your suitability for getting funding or getting an appointment, and then support that with evidence. So that is what takes it away from just being some subjective exercise. It's still underpinned with evidence. It's still underpinned with objective indicators, just not the same indicators for everyone, and not indicators that are actually not fit for purpose. So you can still demonstrate, for instance, the number of citations to a specific paper, just to the journal that the paper was published in. Or you can still demonstrate that, for instance, some research output was used in textbooks that are used in, well, by these populations, by these schools. And those are all objective measures that you can use to support that narrative. So I think bridging that and moving away from the idea that it's only subjective, but it's really like qualitative supported by actual evidence. That's what my answer would be. But I also recognize that it's very easy to say that and a lot harder to implement.
Thank you, Bianca, once again.
Yes. Thanks a lot.
We will save some more time for the questions in the end of the session. And now it's time to call our next speaker. It is Mr. Arnaud Gingold. He ensures data consistency and the application of the FAIR principles throughout operas. With his dual background in linguistics and digital resources management, he started working in university libraries and was a digital curator for Siena Open Archive. He joined Operas in 2016 as a technical coordinator for the related Himeros project, and he's based in Open Edition in Marseille, France. He's currently a coordinator in the Craft OA project, scientific coordinator in Skills for EOSC, and a task member in Operas Plus. Arnaud will be speaking today about our favorite kind of journals, Diamond Open Access journals, and about increasing their quality, visibility, and recognition through the Diamond Discovery Hub. So Arnaud, the floor is yours, and please, when you speak, be close to the microphone because of our listeners on the stream.
Okay, yeah, so hello everybody. Thank you for the invitation. And thank you, Bianca, for having mentioned, in fact, this specific publishing model of the Diamond journals, which is one of the examples, actually, of the broadening that we're mentioning before, or the broadening the radius that you were indicating before also, Leah. So I will be discussing here not so much about the general aspect of the Diamond publishing support and so on, but rather on a specific service that we're currently building in one of our project, which is Craft2A. So the service is called the Diamond Discovery Hub. And the goal is to improve the quality. We already kind of touched the topic here, and the visibility and the recognition also of the Diamond Open Access journals. So it's not directly something operating at the level of the research assessment reform, but of course it can have an important impact on this. So first, a few words about Craft2A. No, I think I missed. Sorry, I can't do. Okay, here it is. Yes, a few words about Craft2A. So it's Horizon Europe funded project. It will last 3 years. It's coordinated by the University of Göttingen Library with various partners, including OpenAir, DYJ, and also, of course, the University of Zadar. And it belongs to a group of series of projects by the Operas Research Infrastructure. So About the objectives of Craft2A, on which I can expand a bit later in the question if you want, but here we're just focus on the objective 1 and 3. So the objective 1, the general objective of the project is to evolve and strengthen the Diamond Open Access institutional publishing landscape. And this goes through various actions, so development of tools, improvement of existing tools like OJS, for instance, also training that we kind of mentioned before, documentation. And another important thing that will be done within the project is the development of this Diamond Discovery Hub, which corresponds mostly to the objective 3, which is about precisely raising visibility, discoverability, and recognition for the Diamond OA journals. Another thing that I want to mention here, because it was mentioned before, so the Craft2A project is a sister project to another OPRAS project, which is called DIAMAS. And DIAMAS and Craft2A are related in this way that DIAMAS focuses more on the best practices, the recommendations, the criteria for the Diamond Open Access journals, while the Craft2A project focuses more on technology and developments, like precisely the Diamond Discovery Hub, which we call more briefly DDH. So before entering maybe into more details of the DDH, a summary of what it is, of how it works. So the starting point is that it's a set of operational criteria of Diamond. So they are criteria that are meant mostly to be able to do the operations for the Discovery Hub about Diamond journals. So it's a definition, it's a practical definition, it's not a theoretical one, but it has also obviously some theoretical implications. We'll see that later. It is also the DDH an ingestion process in the sense that the DDH will collect metadata and curate them also. So here comes the quality question. This ingestion process means that we have some sources to feed the DDH, and we call them trusted sources. So without entering into too much details, they're operators that actually check part of or all the criteria mentioned before. It is also an editorial team, more internal this time, this one, with persons that will be, let's say, cross-check the data ingested. And then all this comes into a global workflow, which is the articulation of all that was mentioned before. And then finally, the DDH is obviously, I said that before, a service. It means that it will be available for the users and also for the aggregators to reuse in an automated way. So just to summarize that in one sentence, DDH will be essentially a list of open to all of Diamond journals that will be verified against the Craft2A criteria. So just quickly to get a better picture of SDDH, we have 3 main groups of actors. We have the trusted sources, so they correspond to what we call within the project, within the 2 projects, actually, Craft2A and DIAMAS, institutional publishers and service providers. That means that they can be publishers, publishing platforms, even directories like DOAJ. We can consider, in our case, DOAJ as one of the trusted sources. And the editorial team, like I said, will be at the beginning, at least mostly composed of members from the consortium, and they will be essentially support the trusted sources in providing the data to the DDH. And of course, it is also a development team, the DDH, ensuring the metadata collection, indexing, and display. So here you have a global overview of the workflow I was mentioning before. So you see at the top the sources. So it can be the trusted sources, the IPSPs that we've seen before. It can be also individual providers, that is individual publishers. And it can be also directories. You can see here the DOAJ that can give some data to the DDH. Then there are various ways to ingest the data, to import, to upload the data. And then there is the processing, which will be mostly under the responsibility of the editorial team I was mentioning before. So there are various aspects here. All this is a work in progress, but this is a framework we are currently establishing. And then you have the presentation or display stage with the user interface in HTML, and also an API, an OAI PMH to export the the data, curated and standardized metadata about the diamond journals and their diamond status. So I mentioned before the diamond criteria. We had already somehow discussed this aspect through the criteria of the DOAJ, and because some of them are, of course, similar. So I won't review them all, also on these diamond criteria, but two things I want to mention. The first one is that these diamond operational criteria, again, they were established by the two projects, Craftoy and Diamas, but not only that, it came also through public workshops and collection of feedback about these criteria. So this is, let's say, first efficient version of the criteria. They can be also potentially adjusted once we will test them on actual data. That was the first thing. So it's a community built, let's say, set of criteria. The second thing is that you can see here in the criteria, like the ISSN, the article metadata level, that some of these criteria can be checked automatically. The others will need some human manual work, more even intellectual, which can be more tricky to verify. This is especially the case of the community-owned criteria that we describe. I don't enter here again into the details. It means that the journal should be owned by a public or not-for-profit organization. And here we have a variety of types, actually, that will, according to us, fulfill this criteria. But this is one specific aspect. So the process globally, I think you just start to get an idea of the process. So besides the specific question of the agreement between the trusted sources and the DDH, basically the trusted sources check their journal's compliance with the diamond criteria. So it can be just one journal if it's one publisher, or many other journals if they publish more than one. Then they provide the data to the DDH, so like we saw in the various ways. They create also their diamond journals metadata, informing especially about updates and deletions. But the important thing is that the editorial team will support the trusted sources throughout the entire process. Precisely in that prospect, we are currently establishing guidelines for the diamond criteria checking that would be used both by the external, let's say, trusted platforms, and also by the internal editorial team. So that's the general process. And so, like I said, so we have started the development. We have now the framework, and we have also initial data to start working with that. So two things important to mention. So in the first iteration of the DDH, we will work with the journal level metadata. And then in a second iteration, we will focus on the article metadata. And the reason for this is that we want to have the list of the journals first for to establish the first iteration of the DDH. And we have already data sources, some available, some that will be available. So we have the DOAJ, which covers most of the criteria that we've seen before, not all of them. Precisely, this is where the editorial team will come in. And we can also rely on the collection from OpenAir and then from the trusted IPs already present in the consortium. So now I mentioned before, excuse me, that there will be user interface. So here it is. It's the second version already, and it's starting to look nice. So this is what I was mentioning before. You have a list of diamond journals with the journal information below, and you have the setup filters to look into this list, and you can. You probably can't see very well here. Maybe you can. You can see on the filters that you have already the diamond status and the diamond criteria that are parts of the filters. So now to conclude about this work, about its benefits, about the next steps. So the first obvious benefit that it will increase the visibility and the discoverability of diamond journals, not only increasing their visibility as journals, but precisely as diamond journals, because it will be a list specifically focused on this characteristic. It will help to build this diamond community or IPSP diamond network that we want to build. And this is how also with this visibility, we can increase the recognition and potentially help to reorient, let's say, the research assessment that we are discussing in this conference. So as for us, what's ahead of us, I don't list everything here, just two things. First, like I said, we need to do an actual testing of the criteria on actual data and to better evaluate the difficulty of the work and the workforce and the work time necessary for that. And then we need also to work on the sustainability of the service after the project, because this is when the service will be really important. That is once after the project partners will give the data to the service, that then we can precisely include all the diamond journals that are not yet represented in the entire ecosystem. Here it is.
Thank you, Arno. And now it's time for the questions for the audience. Then again, I will ask something. Is there a cooperation or communication plan with the DOI? In that sense that once that the journals pass the DD Hub criteria, will they get some kind of a seal for that passing and easier getting in DOI? DOAJ, Directory of Open Access Journals, for those who are not covered in DOI so far.
Yes. I mean, in fact, it is one of our hopes that. So I cannot speak for DOAJ directly, of course, but it is one of our hopes that once this list will be available and the data checked, verified, and so on, then it can be reused by other actors. So here in the slide we mentioned OpenAir, but it could be in fact also the case for DOAJ that they collect from us this diamond status information that we will create, also because they will contribute to the project. This may imply some changes in, let's say, I don't know, the metadata schema or the display on their websites. But from what I know from OpenAir, I know they're already ready to do the change. And I guess will be the case also for the OAJ and maybe others also, because actually we also had the discussion with OpenRX. We wanted to have the discussions with OpenRX about that because you know they have a quite granular description of OpenRX's statuses, but they don't have yet the diamond one. So maybe they could add this.
Yes, that's the reason why I chose that database to ask the question. Yeah. So thank you. Any other questions?
Just a quick update on that, but it's not that revolutionary yet. Open Access now has the diamond tag as one of their open access categories, but it's currently still only based on DOAJ. So yeah, I think there's definitely room for cross-fertilization there. Now that I have the mic, can I ask you a question as well? You mentioned at the beginning that inclusion in the DDH is for journals that meet all or some of those criteria. Are there among those criteria ones that are required and ones that are possible? How does that work?
So we had the idea to have in fact some kind of a progressive, let's say, inclusion way of doing things. We don't know exactly how we will accept in the DDH some of the journals that won't fulfill the entire criteria and precisely have other tools to help them precisely to reach them. So I mentioned that in Craftway we have this documentation thing, the documentation, we have trainings, we have also a tool in development to check the quality of the metadata based on the aggregators, indexes, criteria. So yes, the idea is that we will support the journals that won't reach all the criteria to reach them all at some point. But that doesn't mean that it will answer all these aspects, especially if we're considering the publishing platforms. For them, precisely checking this community-owned thing. From a manual point of view, or human point of view, it's one thing. But then if you want to have this information precisely set as a rule for a publishing platform and then displayed on the entire website, that might require a bit more work. So we'll see. But yes, there should be this progressive inclusion.
Thank you. Eva?
Yes, thank you. You have mentioned sustainability, and I was wondering, why I'm wondering that since this is a financed project, and after its completion, it needs to be maintained. It needs some effort from the staff, it needs some financial input, and it needs some resources in future. So there will be a lot of data which you need to maintain and expand with time. What are your thinking of how you imagine this will work in future?
Yes, so I can just give you some indications on that because it's not exactly my the area where I work. But here I got back to the previous slide where you see on the right the mention of the Diamond Capacity Hub. So, like I said, the Craftway project is working on the technical side, while the Diamonds one is working on the policies side, rather. And all the partners of the project are trying to build something that would last after that, and that will be mostly precisely this Diamond Capacity Hub, where you will have first the trainings I mentioned before. So it will be a hub where you will have a lot of tools, and you will have also the DDH. And the idea is to have dedicated funding for this Diamond Capacity Hub. And actually, there are already some bits of funding starting to come right now next year, also by the French National Agency, for instance. So on specific things for the moment, but the Diamond Capacity Hub is starting to work. There will be a soft launch of this DCH in end of September. I don't remember exactly which date. I think it's 26. And we are currently building the team to ensure the sustainability, not only of the DDH, but also of the rest. Then there is also the aspect, the community aspect. So I mentioned the trusted sources, the editorial team. So how will all this work? The idea we have is that all the partners contributing to the project, but also interested in the building of the DDH, the support of the Diamond model, we'll give some time for the DCH and the DDH to work, because it is also the work that we're currently doing. It's just an improvement, let's say. And yes, we hope to have some kind of a community working, community activity on that. It relates somehow to the question of the open infrastructure that Bianca mentioned before, something that should be community-led, but obviously and hopefully not for free work, of course.
Thank you, Arno, once again. And now, continuing our topic of Diamond Open Access Publishing, we have Milica Ševkušić. She's a librarian at the Institute of Technical Sciences of the Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts, and she has been a project coordinator for the Eiffel Open Access Program a few years now. In her capacity of the Eiffel OA program country coordinator, she has been supporting open access journals in Serbia, and her professional interests focus on open science, library services aimed at supporting research activities, training, academic services and tools, support, of course, to open access journals, information literacy, and research ethics. The topic of her speech today is Diamond's Tools and Resources for Diamond Open Access Publishing. Milica, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm from the sister project. And I will also present a kind of a work in progress. So all these things are now being created. Not yet all of them are finished. And there will be at the end of the presentation a brief mention of, so shall I, like this? It's better. Yeah, but I'm loud even without mic. Hello, this is a brief overview. I will briefly present the results already finished results of the project. And then I will mention where, how this project and its outcomes connect to the research assessment reform or a different kind of research assessment. So this is also a 3-year project, and it started 2 years ago in September 2022, and the kickoff meeting was here in Zadar. And there are 23 partners from 12 countries in the project, and these are various organizations, research infrastructures, and we also have Science Europe and European University Association in the project, which will be actively working on some policy changes, etc. So this mix of project partners offers a good opportunity to fulfill the mission of the project, which is not really technical. It's more on the policy level. It's more related to the change in the culture, in the publishing culture, and also in the research culture, and which should lead to a different and better recognition of Diamond Open Access publishing. So the project actually seeks to achieve an ecosystem. That's what we like to say, because if you see all these things together, we need a synergy of all these factors in order to achieve this ecosystem, because without the ecosystem, this cannot work. And the common comment that we could hear also this morning and throughout the summer school was, okay, we have Diamond Open Access journals, but they're not recognized. They're not recognized in the national research evaluation systems, etc. How shall we manage our sustainability is in danger because of that, etc. So the project seeks to provide a kind of answer to each of these issues. Also, we are seeking to create a community, and what Arnaud said, a community is crucial when it comes to assuring sustainability, and we rely very much on distributed work, on the existing communities, etc. But there will be also other projects that will continue. So this is not the Diamond idea doesn't end with this set of projects that we are working on now, but it will continue later as well. And what I will focus today mostly, and my focus this morning was on this community common standards, guidelines, and best practices, which is already available and you can use it already now. So as I already mentioned, Diamond Open Access, it's the most equitable of all publishing models and business models, etc., because it doesn't charge authors. They don't have to pay fees. It doesn't charge readers to read. So anybody can access this knowledge. But there is a problem that it's not always sustainable because of this, because you need to have some resources in order to publish. It's also important for Diamond Open Access that it's more supportive of publication in native languages. It's non-profit, so it doesn't matter whether you sell or not your content, you're not selling it. So you can afford to publish in a native language, which commercial publishers sometimes don't do, and their excuse is that, we need to sell this content worldwide, etc. And it also fosters multilingualism generally, because if you have a look at those journals, sometimes you have 5, 6, 8 languages in a single journal, or they publish bilingual content regularly and such things. That's quite normal to see in Diamond Open Access journals. But basically, they're struggling because there is huge fragmentation. So you have many publishers with one journal. These are small journals. They don't publish many articles a year. Some of them have up to 10 and even less. The visibility is limited because they cannot afford a good infrastructure, a robust infrastructure. Sometimes they cannot even pay for basic services for people to manage the publishing platform. And also, of course, this is a huge problem for them. They are not sufficiently recognized in various research systems. And funding is also an issue. So in some cases, you have stable funding at institutions or provided by the governments, but in many cases, they don't really know. They cannot plan the budget for the following year, and they largely rely on volunteer work. So I will first present some research that we did, and these resources are already available and they are published, and they are nice to read, even if you're not a researcher. But if you don't feel like reading, you can wait for the other results. So this will be a kind of digested on the website and in other resources that we are producing. The first thing we did was the landscape study. And it was published some months ago. There are two versions, the long one on the right, but if you don't have the time to read it, you have a synopsis, which is much shorter, and you have this information digested. And what is particularly relevant for you is that we had quite a good coverage of Europe, of the European research area, but it's interesting that Southern Europe is the most represented in this report, because the response rate among the journals, especially from Serbia and Croatia, was very high. They were very publishers, not journals, so it's important. They were especially interested in responding to this survey, so the results might be a little bit skewed, but actually in this case, the report provides valuable information for you in Croatia because it reflects your situation very well. And this is a summary of findings, a very, very brief one. So you see that the majority of them are non-commercial, they're non-profit, the majority of them publish. So we asked publishers, some of them have both open access journals and non-open access journals. So the majority of them publish open access content. Many publish also books, etc. And this is a brief summary of those results. And yes, I won't explain this further. You can read for yourself. Another huge segment of our research is focusing on sustainability. And this is the working definition that we used of sustainability. It's a complex definition. And there is a very good blog post on the DIAMAS website where you can see the reasoning behind this definition. And then we also did some research, and this is a very extensive study. It's based on interviews, focus groups, desk research, website scraping, etc. And this is in brief, the summary of what we found. There is a great diversity. They have different funding streams, so they don't rely. Those publishers don't rely on one income stream. They have multiple, but they are not equally sustainable, etc. But what I would highlight as the main outcomes of this research is that there are many national institutional publishers. They have a really important role, and it will be very important for us to ensure that future policies make sure that this funding continues, because they really depend on this. And also there is another takeaway that is very important, is that the infrastructure is very important, that many of those journals are using shared infrastructures, and that governments, institutions, all of us should invest in those shared infrastructures that are used by many. And also the recommendations, what I said is one of the recommendations. We also published the recommendations, and you can find all of these digested in a fact sheet and also in those reports that I mentioned. We also have national overviews that were written, and Croatia is covered extensively in this national overview, and you can read the findings there and compare the countries. So the next thing, which probably has a kind of practical value for you, is this Diamond Open Access Standard. It's been released recently. And what I would like to highlight, it's quality, but the quality in DIAMAS is very complex. It includes those 7 core components, and everything that we are doing is around those 7 core components. And this is the structure in brief of it. You can explore this further. So each of these 7 core components has additional subdivisions. And there is also a tool that we presented this morning. It's a self-assessment tool which publishers can use. They can register there, they can use and do their self-assessment against those criteria that are included in the Diamond Open Access Standard. And they will get a kind of feedback which is quantified, and they will I don't know, to me, this doesn't speak much, but yeah, when reading these statements and providing answers, whether you comply, whether you completely comply or not, you will probably learn something. Also, these are the topics. We are developing a tool suite and also guidelines, and these will be published by the end of this year. And these are the topics that are covered. So if you don't understand Diamond Open Access standards based on those short statements, these tool suite and the guidelines will be very useful for you, because you will learn a lot. And we are also preparing some training materials that will be available to you to train yourself. And all of these things will be brought together in a common access point, CAP. So it will have a kind of a registry of publishers and service providers. It will have a training platform. There will be another self-assessment tool along with the one I already mentioned. It is going to be published by the end of this month. It's about financial sustainability. You will have a forum to discuss so many things available to publishers. And finally, a few words about the connection between research assessment and Diamond Open Access. So we are aware of this, that Diamond Open Access is facing many issues, and there is a group within the project working on recommendations, and there is an ongoing discussion. In November, we will have a meeting with funders, sponsors, donors, policymakers, etc., where they will finish the co-creation project of some policy recommendations. And those policy recommendations will focus on better recognition of Diamond and also funding for Diamond Open Access journals, and they will be presented to decision makers in various countries. So there will be an effort towards, on the national level and also on the international level, to work towards the recognition of Diamond Open Access also in research assessment. So there are many connections also between the AMAS, what is the AMAS doing on the policy level, and what is, for example, COARA doing. We are fully aligned with what is COARA doing. Also, we are developing all sorts of recommendations. We are trying to improve the quality. We are also advocating for bibliodiversity as well. And we are also seeking to help journals align with this Diamond Open Access standard. And this, we will recommend these Diamond Open Access standards to the governments, decision makers, to policy makers, and ask them to include this in their research assessment criteria and frameworks. That's all for me. I think that I'm within the time limits. Yes. So I'm, yeah, for questions.
Thank you, Milica. Any questions from the audience? Eva?
Eva always has.
Yeah, well, I must confess that I'm working together with Milica on those criteria, but I wanted to comment on something that we noticed when we were collecting the data, that actually for some publishers that they were not aware of the policies of their journals in Croatia and vice versa. So I hope if you can put some, like lighter perspectives in that, and some future which will be more brighter than that, that this will also be something that will more engage institutional publishers in these processes, and to actually be more aware of the strategy they need to develop for their journals, not to leave it to the editors themselves, because editors can make some decisions, but not all. So
yeah. When collecting information, it was very interesting, because we, among the respondents of the survey, we had individual journals, and we were targeting institutions. And I, for example, I would have expected a higher response rates if we had targeted journals. But what happened, for example, in my country, I had 4 sessions, hands-on sessions, working with them to fill out the survey. And when they sent decision makers, institutional decision makers, they couldn't answer the questions because they didn't know anything about their journals. Because in our countries here in the region, journal editors are quite independent. It's a common situation that, for example, the director of a research institute is not even aware that the journal is published. And this is not a desirable situation. They need to know because they should help. Why would a journal pay, for example, if an institute has a good server, why would the journal pay for hosting somewhere else? And this is the case, this is normally the case. So yeah, we need to target institutions because, for example, if they have 5 journals, they will save money by organizing things, by having discussions with them, by deciding how to manage all 5 of them, how to align the policies, because this was the case. They had completely different policies. We have institutions where one journal is diamond, one is gold, one is subscription-based. So there are many, many such use cases. Yes, and there is in the Diamond Open Access Standard, there is this funding section, but there is this governance section, which actually provides quite clear instructions. Already when you read it, even without guidelines, it provides quite clear instructions that there should be, for example, a public document explaining how the institution manages the assignment of I don't know, editor, editorial board, etc., how they manage stuff, how they, for example, make contracts with service providers, etc. So these things need to be improved, and we need to bring those people in the conversation and explain them that, okay, editors will lead this task, but you as an institution have to provide, you know, a framework for them to collaborate.
Thank you, Milica. Just one short question, and then we have to go to the next speaker.
Yeah, thank you. My question actually for Milica and Arno together. Is it foreseen that the self-assessment tool, specifically on those governance aspects, might feed into the criteria for inclusion in DDH? For that, trying to determine the community governance criteria?
But they are already aligned.
Yeah, they're already online. You said yes, yes. But it relates rather to the thing I mentioned before, the DCH. So at the moment, all these things are not connected. Also because DCH, the DDH itself doesn't exist. But yes, all these tools should work together. The self-assessment tool, we have a checklist, metadata checklist. All these should belong to the same environment. So it's the environment within this ecosystem.
Yeah, and the normal workflow for a publisher would be to go to the self-assessment tool, to check the compliance, to improve the compliance, and then to go to DDH. We work together. I mean, we have quite a lot of joint meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now it's time for our next speaker. It's Ms. Ksenia Baždarić. She's an associate professor at the Department of Basic Sciences at the Rijeka University Faculty of Health Studies. She has academic background both in social sciences and in biomedicine. One of her functions is that she's a research integrity editor at the Croatian Medical Journal, chief editor at European Science Editing, and in World of Health. Today, she will talk about the very interesting research that she and her colleagues from the Croatian Medical Journal, another Diamond Open Access journals, of course, did on attitudes of towards open peer review. And they questioned the reviewers from the Croatian Medical Journal to find this out.
Okay, before we start, how many journal editors are in the audience? How many of you have open peer review in your journals? Okay. Okay, thank you. So my name is Ksenia Baždarić, as they already explained. And in contrast to the big European projects you have been listening about before, this was a small university project together with some other colleagues from the audience. and Professor Jadranka Stojanovski before. So we all know, and I will not speak long about traditional peer review and the pitfalls and some fallacies of traditional peer review. And we also know that it's difficult to explain what actually open peer review is. There is a systematic review of Tony Ross-Hellower, and he extracted around 122 definitions of open peer review, and he then classified them. And as a final result, the definition of open peer review, according to Tony Ross-Hellower, is that this is an umbrella of terms, and some of them are overlapping, and they are, of course, in line with the aims of open science. They are including reviewers and authors' identities open, publishing review reports, and enabling greater participation in the peer review process. So just to list those traits, most of the definitions mention open identities. It means when authors and reviewers are aware of each other's identity, open reports, when review reports are published alongside the relevant article. But there are other definitions that include open participation, open interaction, open pre-review, manuscripts, open final versions, commenting, and open platforms. And I'm sure you are well aware of some of them, or maybe all of them, but I will give just a few examples. For example, in +1, you can see the peer review history, and you can choose whether this history will be published or not as an author. So you will see the decision letter, all the reviews in detail, and also the reviewers can choose whether their identities will be open or not. In this example, 2 reviewers did not disclose their identity, 1 did. There are other journals that are completely open, and the reports and identities are open, for example, British Medical Journal. There is a case of open interaction in some of the Frontiers journal where during the peer review, authors can contact reviewers, reviewers can contact authors, and work together to have a better version of the articles published. Also, some of the articles contain identities or not. There is a relatively new and interesting model of open participation, where in a case of a chemistry journal named Sinlet, there is a bunch of people, a crowd from 20 to 70 people that can take the review and make the review a lot of comments, short, longer comments in a few days, and their publication from submission to publishing is much shorter than in traditional journals. There are, of course, preprint servers, and articles, manuscripts can be reviewed there as leaving a comment, although my colleague Mario Malichki investigated, and around 7% of preprints are peer-reviewed. You can comment on an article when it is already published. For example, in the journal where I'm editor-in-chief, you can leave a comment. Or there are platforms that do review preprints as a service before the manuscript is submitted to a journal. But the statistics is very depressing, and only 2% of review reports are published. And we concluded when we were thinking about the aims of the project that we definitely need to investigate attitudes towards open peer review. There is a lot of research, but I did extract some of them. So one of the oldest I found from 2000s is that reviewers in one journal, Food Science and Technology, would like to have open peer review, 70% of them. Then in 2010, in a Danish medical journal, there were 28%. So the percent of people that would like to participate in open peer review or would like to peer review to be implemented is growing year by year. There was a huge, a big study, I think the audience is aware of Heller, Depp, and Schmidt, where they investigated attitudes towards open peer review and open identities. And mostly they concluded that the attitudes are very positive, but their participants were from STEM, but negative towards the open identities. We have published a study on Croatian scientists in 2021, and we investigated attitudes towards open data, preprinting, and peer review. We have created a validated questionnaire and used it in these results I will present today. The attitudes were neutral towards open peer review and negative towards open peer review in a small scientific community. We were talking about small scientific communities before when Jadranka said, what about when people are all friends or relatives and so on. So our aim was to investigate the attitudes and practices of open peer review of authors, reviewers, and editors in the Croatian Medical Journal and Index Diamond Open Access Journal. So we used the questionnaire I mentioned before that was validated, and this scale has 21 items and good reliability. And the open peer review scale has 8 items and 2 factors. The first factor is open peer review. It has 6 items and also a very high reliability. And the second factor is open peer review in small scientific community. Yes, thank you. We invited around 4,000 people, and in return, there was a really very low response rate. About 254 people participated. What is good, 50% of them were female. What is also very good that they were for 37 different countries, mostly from Croatia, but also from different countries. Half of them were authors, and the other half had different roles. Authors, reviewers, editors, some of them in multiple roles. Also, the median age was 50, meaning they were experienced authors. So what about open peer review practices? They participated in open reports, around 60%, and also around 60% signed the peer review report. We also asked what has happened when you signed the peer review report. 80% of them were without consequences, 3% negative consequences, and 6% had positive consequences. Some of them, half of them had open science education. Like in the study before in 2021, we have measured, and the attitude was neutral towards open peer review and negative towards open peer review in small scientific community. There were no gender differences and no educational differences. I have now here, do I have more time to explain 2 more questions? Okay, I have extracted these 2 questions just to conclude. So in general, people think that the journals should publish open reports and open identities, and the 1/3 of participants agree about that, but more they would like to know who the reviewer was. So when we talk about journals, they agree, but when they think about themselves, they want to know more. And also we have asked about the project proposals. We rarely speak about open peer review in grant proposals. So generally around 60% of participants think that open peer review in project proposals increases the transparency of funding, and but less percentage agree that the open peer review reports of grant proposals should be signed. And we also asked them, what would you like Croatian Medical Journal to introduce? More than half would like open reports, but less, around 38%, would like open identities. And in conclusion, I think the attitude of our authors, reviewers, and editors shows that we need to put more focus on open science education. We know that open peer review and its straight enable transparency, inclusiveness, trust, and the journals and in the science in general. And for those of you who would like to implement some of the traits of open peer review, I have put a very nice guideline and checklist how to implement those practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Ksenia. Questions from the audience? Eva is ready, of course, but maybe someone else? No? Then Eva.
Thank you, Ksenia. Yes, we did a similar research a couple of years ago in our journal Food Technology and Biotechnology, but there were more inclination to open identities, and some of them answered, or I think it was around 40% that were inclined to have open reports and less than 30 to have open identity. So we didn't go further with that. My question is, are you considering to implement this in Croatian Medical Journal to have an option to publish the report?
Yes, I'm just a small editor, research integrity editor. Our editor-in-chief was supposed to be here now, but she's stuck in traffic. I would very much like to have open reports. I think a Diamond Open Access journal with such a long-standing tradition should just step forward into some new practices. This is my opinion. I would like to do it. And make open identities optional. At least some of the traits I have shown, we accept preprints as, I don't know, introduce post-publication commenting, make reports open, choose whether to sign it or not.
Yeah, this post-publication commenting is what I'm struggling with, because you need to go then later through all these comments. And I'm not sure whether...
Please don't be afraid. There are not
Yeah.
so many people.
No, I was wondering, what if the
comment.
comments are negative? Will you be able to reconsider the decision to accept and publish? This is what I'm
This is
struggling
what
with.
happens on PubPeer sometimes. Maybe negative comments aren't always bad. They can make you think about the data, and maybe they can even discover sometimes some fraud. And this is something we will probably be speaking about in the next session at the panel of research integrity.
Yeah, I hope that you will lead the way. Thank you.
No, I also do. Thank you.
Thank you. And one short question from Milica.
Yeah, this is really short. So do you think that increasing the visibility and discoverability of open reports by assigning a DOI would change something? Because from my conversations with researchers, they would consider publishing, even revealing their identity, if DOI were assigned to a peer review report, so that they can
I think this is a question that I'm not able to answer in a good way. I'm always for giving DOIs, whether it is a figure, data, an article, or review report, because giving DOIs gives you much visibility. They say that in general, but I don't know the data that behind this. Is it true? We should ask some people from Crossover, maybe,
and maybe
because they have statistics and everything. I would very much like other incentives for reviewers, other than DOIs, but maybe from the point of research assessment that our invited speaker was saying, that would be nice, because this is some investment and time that is not recognized when you are going for tenure, for example. Yes, and for education, especially for young scientists. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, just a short comment, if I'm allowed, Milica. So, of course, it's an excellent question, and it depends on the publisher. So, but I already got, because I'm reviewing a lot, and I got information from some publishers that if I disclose everything, that DOI will be assigned. So, and I'm sure that this practice will be spread among other publishers. So it's, yes, certainly it would be beneficial to be able to cite also peer review.
Thank you. And one comment as well.
Thank you. Just a question. For me, it was rather unclear what exactly would be the benefit of open peer review. So aside from having transparency for the sake of transparency itself, you know, aside from that, I don't see how would it improve, for example, the quality of the review or the manuscript or whatever.
Because reviewers tend to be more polite and more methodological and write better reviews when the reviews are open. And there is a lot of data and articles about it.
But yeah, but would you, I mean, wouldn't it be better that if they're less polite when having, so if you want to do a proper review, you shouldn't be polite. You should be as harsh as possible.
Yes,
I mean,
you can also criticize, but not being rude, because in traditional peer review, you can write this article is stupid and write it as a comment to the editor. But when you know that this will be an open report, maybe even not signed, you will probably think about it twice whether you will write such comments or not.
Or you can elaborate on that. So.
I mean, I agree generally speaking, but still.
And even when it's signed, for example, in British Medical Journal, you will probably think 10 times before you will submit your report. And still you can criticize on the methods, on the content, and on the things that should be criticized. This is my opinion, and I agree. I believe I have like other people thinking the same in the audience.
Thank you, Ksenia.
Thank you.
Now it's time for
Bianca wanted to comment something, please.
Yes. Maybe to build on that, some other benefits of open peer review, I think it's also a quality check for the journal. Like if a journal opens the peer review report, it's also a transparency for them. They can be held accountable for their acceptance, or if they accept articles and the peer review turns out to be sloppy, then it says something, it keeps the journal to account. And also as a reader, if you want to know if something was picked up on peer review, just some additional benefits, in my opinion.
Thank you. Now it's time for our sponsor presentation. I would like to invite Ms. Julie Kim from Bentham Science. And also I would like to take this opportunity to read to all of our sponsors who have helped us in organizing this conference. And those are Bentham Science, of course, Elsevier, Clarivate, MDPI, Statista, Royal Society of Chemistry, Scientific Knowledge Services, and Emerald. You will have an opportunity to hear from some of them and to check out the materials and everything that is posted on the stands before in front of the hall. And Julie, you had a comment on the previous discussion, so you can you can start with that now.
Well, my comment in terms of which I've heard a lot in the conversations is that a lot of peer reviewing is like it's not awarded, you know, because they're under closed doors so much. So a lot of times in terms of research assessment, peer reviewing is part of the work that they're contributing. So in that sense, open peer review might be a good idea because then you can, how do you say, you can give them the credits that they deserve for doing the work that for so long has been behind cover walls. But that said, I'm going to tell you the research assessment from the publisher standpoint, which is us, so thank you for the distinguished organizers for inviting me to present about Bentham Science and who we are and how we do research assessment on our publishing side. I mean, it's great to present after having such knowledgeable people presenting before me, because as I can see, nobody has it figured out yet. So we as a publisher don't feel bad. So, so a little bit about who we are first, for those of you that don't know much about Bentham Science. I'm not gonna go too deep into this because I know I'm standing between you and the coffee break, and I know you need coffee after lunch. So let me just make this really quick. So who's Bentham Science? Bentham Science is a mid-sized publisher that has more than 166 online and print journals, 124 hybrid and 42 open access journals. We have online, more than 1,300 online and print books. And we actually have 30 open access ebooks. So we're kind of far advanced on that side. The subject areas in our ebooks are a lot more broader because, as we know, ebooks are more fundamental content, so they can be used in educational purposes as well as research. These are, I'm not gonna go over the categories, you can read them here and get them. As well as our journals are more targeted. They're more focused in the biomedical, biochemistry, drug discovery, pharmaceutical, etc. So we have we have high impact factor journals that are well indexed, and we have leading review journals in the following content subject areas. And 2 of our titles are actually among the top 30 impact factor pharmaceutical journals, which is the Current Pharmaceutical Design and Current Medicinal Chemistry. And there's six Nobel laureates endorsing Bentham journals. These are impact factors. I know that there's a lot of chatter that we shouldn't be using impact factor as a way to attract people or make business or market ourselves. However, until somebody comes up with a better solution or a better alternative, we still need to use this because researchers look at these numbers when they decide where to publish or what to get. So research assessment at Bentham Science Publishing. How does Bentham Science assess the research? So we still do, when we have a systematic process of vetting or making sure that the researchers are who they say they are making sure that they're affiliated to the right institution, and making sure that everything that they are who they are. So if the scientist proposes a thematic issue, for example, we carefully see if the scientist proposing it has a good track record, affiliation, and high H index. But however, in everything that we do, the peer review is not handled by the editors. So there's no bias in that sense. So all the peer review is handled by the internal team, and we have a system where I'll show you later here. So all our peer reviewers have a higher H index higher than 5. Identity of the reviewers are double checked, make sure that they're accurate. And we hold a double blind peer review process. Double blind meaning the author doesn't know who's reviewing, and the reviewer doesn't know who wrote the article. So this way we make sure that they're not basing their review or their judgment based on the status of the person or whatever, or how prominent they are or how much they know, but actually concentrating on the research itself. And this is because Bentham Science was founded by a researcher. And the founder, and he's still very active with running the company. His main objective is to make sure that the best articles are published in Bentham Science. So it's not about, okay, tooting our horns or getting all of these accolades, but making sure that the research that we put out there is useful to other researchers and is accurate. So Bentham Science does not participate currently in open peer review, but I am open, like I said, there are some benefits of open peer review. However, the founder has realized that a lot of peer reviewers do not want to make their names public to the authors, for example, because this might backfire on them in some way or the other, especially in scientific communities that are small, and everybody knows everybody and everybody influences everybody in some sense. But we do have a good rejection rate, which is 60%. I have to. And then, and as we talk about about research assessment, and as we talk about this topic, and I know it's becoming a lot more complex these days with open access and everything else that is coming up there. I wanted to kind of point out this is food for thought. I saw this coming through my LinkedIn and says scientists do best science when they are left alone. It's because freedom fuels creativity. However, when we are judged, evaluated, and compared to each other, we feel pressure to follow wrong incentives at work. And this is what Bianca presented to, saying that, sometimes we have to understand what institutions want to be assessed or how they want to be perceived, so that that can influence the activities of the researchers. But in that sense, the activities of the research, the needs of the institution is also going to affect the policies of the publisher, because we're all interconnected. So we all have to kind of work together to move together. So again, as Bianca said, small, mid-sized publishers do need your help to figure out how we can move and what direction we should move into. Thank you. I think I'm on time, so I gave you a couple of minutes back.
Thank you, Julie.
Any questions? Yes, no question from Ivan.
Most questions are probably regarding coffee break or so on. So now it's time for, thank you, Julie, once again. And now it's time for a short break, 30 minutes. So we will start at 4:35 with our next session. This will be, I hope, very interesting panel session on
Here on and session 1. Okay. Okay, it's not there now. Yeah. There may be one more slide start. I'll check. I know. Okay. Session 1. So
Oh, that's the wrong session.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, then.
Which one is Mark? Just confusing because
Yeah.
we do then.
Close the other one. Just.
Yeah.
Có xíu về và thằng đó này. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Hả? Con này first charge up as required QA.
Что она?
Also per
Bucket. Karaoke.
Ми так часто саме бавимо через. Да, да. Very interesting. And we
Da. C'è Samothrace. Want me to clean this one?
I've got a.
Ah,
How do you pronounce the rest of Svetlana's name?
Alan?
Alana.
Alan.
Okay. I'd have said everything.
Yeah, no, yeah, you have skills. I've noticed that you are very good with names and pronunciations. Usually.
Not always.
Oh, yeah. But-
Okay.
We need another chair. Yes?
No,
No.
only
Okay, sorry, I didn't see that there is another one. Want some water?
Yes, I think my voice will dry out very, very soon.
Yeah.
Very much.
This one, yeah, thank you.
So I didn't see that, whether you sent in bios, so I'm just ripping it off. I'm just ripping it off websites. Excellent, good. No, that's fine.
Oh, so it's,
It's fine. I got it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Two.
Feeling like I'm in bed.
This can be like much, yeah, much younger.
I don't have the voice for it, but I can dance if you want. I don't have, I cannot sing.
You said some
Yes.
peculiar dance.
I can't learn audiovisual, so you can actually see something.
Wikipedia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I think Matt, if you want the most up to date, would be not the third champion, but from the Opera's EU website. So you where it is, so we go into our very bad for mobile website. No, not Opera's EU.
Ah, that's
Yeah.
But this is the service. So if you remove bodies and just bring Opera's or just remove itself, and I will show you where the about section. Yes. So if we go to the about section, coordination team. You will find, I don't know why my phone is scared. So you will find me a little bit further down the line. Yeah.
You're probably the best at.
Yeah, this is not.
Am I? Okay.
So-
So you should find me a little bit down the road. I think I said it.
So.
A little bit down. It's the same picture, and I think, but it's the most updated one.
So, we will just want to. Presentation and go on, and then we will. Maybe we can just. Our presentations are.
Oh, yeah, we go.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, gotcha.
Я сами за такого проговариваю, что было. А ну как?
Open or not. I know Croatian.
Have a glass of water. Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Sorry.
If we are ready. Okay, let me just introduce you our panel chair, Matt Hodgkinson. He worked in science journal editing, publication ethics, and research integrity for 2 decades. He is a member of the Council of the Committee of Publication Ethics, COPE, where he co-chairs the membership subcommittee, and he is a treasurer of the European Association of Science Editor, EASE. He worked at 3 open access journal publishers and as an editor of BMC series journals and PLOS ONE, and heading the research integrity team at Hindawi. He was a research integrity manager at the United Kingdom Research Integrity Office, UCRIO, and is now a freelance consultant. And Matt is going to lead our next panel. So here you go. Oh, yes.
No, just because you're going to.
Yes,
audience.
I will
Yeah.
give that back.
Hi, everyone. So this is the panel on research integrity and research assessment, so how those 2 concepts interact. So first up, we've got a couple of slide presentations. So first up, we've got Lynn Bowker, and I'm reading from her Wikipedia article because she's famous. So Lynn, FRSC, is a Canadian linguist. She holds the Canada Research Chair in Translation Technology and Society at University Laval and is a fellow of the Royal Society of Canada. And then we have Fotis Mistakopoulos, and he is a policy project officer at Operas, and so he's involved in projects such as Skills for EOSC and GRASP OS, implementing open science practices, including fair by design, training materials, shaping research assessment reform, which is why he's here, and creating a network of competence centers. And he has a master's in information science. And then we have Eva Grabarich Andonovsky, who I know as the Vice President of EASE and is also an editor of Food Technology and Biotechnology Journal, and is at the University of Zagreb Faculty of Food and Technology and Biotechnology, and does far too many things for me to list. So I'll let Eva do that if she wants to. And then finally, we have Svetlana Kalanbunya, who is the editor-in-chief of the Croatian Medical Journal, and she's a professor of chemistry and biochemistry and head of the lab of molecular neurobiology and neurochemistry at the Croatian Institute of Brain Research, School of Medicine, University of Zagreb. And I'll hand over to Lynn.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to make a really short slide presentation, and it follows on nicely from Milica's presentation earlier. She presented the Diamas project, and I'm going to talk about a small section of that project that I worked on, which was looking at the standard for equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging, and maybe consider how some of those facets connect with integrity and ethics in research assessment. So the project was already presented wonderfully by Milica earlier. I've been part of the group that's working on the EDIB along with some colleagues. And our goal in doing this was really to work on the toolkit and the guidelines. And so we wanted to identify barriers and also potential solutions to help open access scholarly publishers implement measures of equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging. And our approach was to start with some of the other documents that were produced in the earlier part of the DIAMAS project. So the survey of the institutional publishers and service providers, the gap analysis, and then we added to that our own literature survey. And the idea was not for us to kind of create our own content, but to look and see what the needs were established in those first two documents, and then what solutions we might be able to pull from other people's experiences. And as I said, the deliverable, which will hopefully be out soon, is in the form of a tool suite and some guidelines. So hopefully that will be practical and concrete. So equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging actually covers many different facets, but we had a mandate to focus on two of them. The first was gender, and the second was multilingualism. So what we discovered is that the gender-related issues in scholarly publishing can differ quite a lot from one discipline to the next. Some disciplines have excellent balance and representation, others are more challenged in that area. And overall, though, we found that there was often an inadequate representation of genders in study samples and an absence of gender-related reporting. So it could be useful for editors to encourage or even require reporting on things like that, because when it's not reported properly, people can't necessarily make proper use of the findings. If we're not, if we're talking about certain medical conditions that might affect one gendered group more than another, then if the gender population is not reported, it's difficult to know how to apply the findings. In terms of women specifically, we found that across almost all disciplines, there was an underrepresentation of women in many different roles. So as authors, and particularly as either the first or last author, depending on the discipline, or the corresponding author. So women were underrepresented in general, but even more so in the kind of more prestigious positions of authorship. There were far fewer citations of women's work, and reports as well that women are underrepresented in the pools of peer reviewers and also of editors and editorial boards, and also underrepresented in leadership and executive positions in the publishing industry more generally. So as I said, it could differ a little bit from one region to another or from one discipline to another, but overall, it seems that there is really not gender parity happening yet. The other facet of EDIB that we focused on was multilingualism, or perhaps a lack of multilingualism. It was very clear that there is a single language model for scholarly communication at the moment, and that this has a number of costs attached to it. The costs can be felt by individuals, particularly individuals who are not native speakers of English. And it takes the form of having to invest more time, more effort, sometimes more money into getting a document up to scratch for publication, for example. If we're talking about other forms of scholarly communication beyond publishing, so like a conference presentation, there can be a high level of anxiety for people that need to present in a second or sometimes even third or fourth language. And this can also lead to avoidance, just kind of stepping out of sharing their work because they find it so stressful to do it in an additional language. And this then in turn, of course, will have an impact on their career. So maybe on the way that they're assessed, they're seen as having fewer publications, which in turn might lead to, a shorter CV, means they're less competitive against perhaps native speakers of English. They may not be chosen for prestigious positions like an editor, for example. And so it can really have a career impact. And beyond individuals, of course, there are some costs to research more generally, or to science in terms of what gets studied, what gets published, what gets rewarded. If the emphasis is on international, somehow international is often interpreted as being English or associated with an English language culture. And so that might motivate people to not research certain topics that might be of local interest. So there's some problems there. And then when it comes to the assessment of research, I think it's improving a little bit, but there are still concerns that work is assessed for its linguistic quality, rejected for its linguistic quality, rather than for its scientific content. So this is a known problem. I think we're making steps in the right direction, but it hasn't been solved yet. So we need to keep at it. And of course, then broader impacts for society as well. If research is only published in English, then local policymakers or local communities might not be able to take up the results of that research. So the impact has a lot of ripple effects. I also just wanted to mention briefly, although our mandate was to look at gender and multilingualism, what we discovered is that marginalization or, kind of bias can have an intersectional effect. So you might find that there are other types of bias beyond gender and language, could be geographic bias, institutional bias, racial, ethnic, socioeconomic. And what can happen is that certain people might suffer under multiple biases. So it can have a cumulative effect. One example is that there was an analysis of authors who published in a journal called The Lancet Global Health. And the analysis showed that women authors were underrepresented, but when they dug even deeper into the data, there were greater disparities that they were able to observe, such as the fact that there was a higher gender gap when the authors were from low-income countries. So in other words, it's possible for people to be kind of marginalized in multiple ways, and it sort of adds up. So there are people who are really disadvantaged under the system. So what can we do about it? As I said, we weren't looking to kind of create our own recommendations, but really to see what's happening, what has already been successful, what plans are already in place, or what actions are being taken. And I'm just sharing a selection of them with you. The toolkit and the guidelines have a longer and more robust list of suggestions. But some of the things that were mentioned in terms of a way to kind of tackle gender equity was to craft and share an actual statement about journals' position on equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging, to make it clear that they are welcoming for authors from all different walks of life to contribute. That it can also be a good idea to try and set goals for gender diversity, whether that's for your peer reviewers or for your editors. And then, of course, not just have a goal, but monitor progress towards it. That editors can be part of the solution for raising awareness about unconscious bias. So maybe either offering some training or pointing at least to some of the resources that already exist about this. There was recommendations to use inclusive language, not only in the submissions to a journal, but also by the reviewers or by editors in their communications. And really an emphasis on diversifying the reviewer pools and the editorial boards to make sure that there are people from different geographic regions, speaking different languages, different genders, different institutions represented. I put the last one in red because this is one that maybe presented a little bit of a, not exactly a clash, but a little challenge maybe that we are still exploring. There was a lot of encouragement for double anonymization of reviews, and in some cases even triple anonymization, where the editor would also be anonymized in the review process. And this was kind of really demonstrated to make a difference for women authors, that if they were anonymous, then there seemed to be less bias. But of course, like, does this clash, or to what extent does this clash with open reviews, and how open do we have to to consider making them in order to benefit from the anonymization process at certain stages of the review and then benefit from the openness at others. With regard to multilingualism, again, raising awareness about unconscious bias, making very clear instructions for reviewers to distinguish between linguistic issues and scientific issues, and that linguistic issues alone are not a reason for rejection of work. There is an interest and also some beginnings of journals that are supporting citation diversity, including citing works that have been written in other languages. So this is a way to support multilingualism. Also to encourage authors to write in a translation-friendly style, which is a little bit like plain language, or also to include a plain language summary with their work. This can be a way of ensuring that if other people want to use translation technologies, for example, to translate that work so they can read it in their own language, a translation-friendly writing style will lead to a better quality output of machine translation. In addition, we're also seeing an increase in the number of journals that are publishing abstracts and metadata in multiple languages to help with discovery, and also guidelines that are very clear. Whatever your position is, you should be clear about whether an author can publish a translated version or another language version of their work elsewhere. If maybe your journal only publishes in one language, but would it be possible for them to publish that work in another language somewhere else? Maybe even just on a website, or just to make it available in another language. Often the policies and permissions are not clear to people. And again, similar to what we saw for gender, diversifying editorial boards and reviewer pools, and also facilitating editing and translation for people who need that type of support, whether it's offered by you as a publisher or whether it's you maybe being able to point them to a list of reliable people who know your subject field very well, because that's important in translation. And maybe also to, if you want to encourage translation among colleagues, that this also would need to be recognized, because it's a lot of work. Translation is a huge amount of work. So if colleagues are engaging in that task to support each other, that this would also need to be credited, just like we have just been talking about how peer reviewing is a lot of work that often goes unrecognized. So maybe a mechanism for recognizing translation work. And I will end there.
Yep. Successful. Thank you very much. Yeah. I think I'm going to use. I'll just hit the buttons. Hello, everyone. My name is Fotis, and I'm here today. Although you see my employer, let's say, Operas, I represent the GrassPOS project. And the title I chose here today was Towards Open Infrastructures for Research Assessment. And the idea is how open infrastructures can be linked with the idea of integrity and ethics. And I think a couple of things that I will mention today are very much closely related to what Bianca said this morning. So she mentioned, for example, some things about OpenAlex. However, GrassPOS is another, it includes similar ideas to what OpenAlex is doing. And so I will just try to create a framework for the conversation that we're having here today. So the official name for the project is Next Generation Research Assessment to Promote Open Science. For those who recall the League of European Research Universities in their Open Science Roadmap, that they did, I think, a report a few years ago in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. They did talk about next generation research metrics. And this project is exactly along those lines. So what would be, what are the next generation research metrics that could be used in research assessment? Some of the fundamental components of our infrastructure, which is a federated infrastructure, just to add, it's the inclusion of scientific knowledge graphs, which is essentially scholarly metadata, a summary of the scholarly metadata of the scholarly record that is out there openly available. Monitoring tools. We have, for example, the opportunity through GraspOS to develop your own open science monitoring service, if you like, through data that you can find in GraspOS. And I think importantly, I think alongside with the infrastructure, we have the Open Science Assessment Framework, which is part of the infrastructure, and there are quite a few things that are created under this framework, which is essentially guidelines. So it's not just about how having an infrastructure, having the data, having the tools, but responsible risk assessment, and the emphasis on responsible, is about how we are meant to use them. Indicators by themselves, data by themselves are not responsible or irresponsible. The idea is how we can provide guidelines to evaluation panels and to people who do assessments, just to be creative, at least at this stage where we're experimenting and we're trying to find new ways of doing assessment. The ultimate goal, of course, is to support the emerging policy reforms. And we do have a focus on open science aware responsible research assessment system. Open science, I think, in research integrity and research assessment have much in common. I just wanted to emphasize from close to open, and this is directly copied from the Barcelona Declaration, and I've highlighted in bold here some keywords that I think is important to highlight of the challenges that we're facing, which I've summarized a little bit in this slide. So what Bianca also mentioned this morning is that industry and academia are over-reliant on proprietary, and I want to say closed or paywalled sources. It's not just the idea of closed, it's also about the expense of actually having access to these sources that has created some problems, at least from my perspective. I've also have a background as a librarian, and I think that creates and put a stress on library budgets as well, investing in these sources. And if you see the announcement from the University of Sorbonne, they mentioned something alongside the 55,000 euros that they have been investing, for example, I think in Web of Science, and that they want to reinvest, not all of it, a part of it, I don't know, towards OpenAlex. So, and I think those costs accumulate when it comes to the big publishers, at least, and that dominate currently the publishing ecosystem. Lynn just mentioned languages, the multilingualism issue, which also, and the big commercial resources also have some sort of bias towards commercial from geographical point of view. Essentially, there's a distortion in terms of where research is coming from, and this also shapes research agendas. And there are, I'm using here the word opaque methods of producing indicators. In the previous slide, it's, they use the word non-transparent evidence, how these, we have ended up assessing research and decisions based on non-transparent evidence. And I think this is a little bit of the criticism that how all of these indicators that we're currently using that are heavily quantitative, how they come to be so dominant and over-reliant on those indicators. So, and indicators have been a fundamental conversation for us, at least in my pilot, because as Operas, we are leading the social science and humanities pilot in the project. And you have no idea the conversations that this kind of, this word alone can produce, and essentially whether quality can be assessed or indicators can be in any way of shape a proxy of quality when assessing research. So the major resources that we all use and know and we see in the literature that are mentioned often are Scopus and Web of Science. This is essentially the competition when we're talking about proprietary sources versus open. And I want to mention the lack of diversity of outputs and the over-reliance on the journal publication, the journal article. So open science, essentially, as well as research integrity. I mean, the steps towards research integrity and assessing researchers based on integrity. And I don't know how many of you here are familiar with the Hong Kong principles for assessing researchers, which essentially provide a framework on how to assess researchers based on their entire research life cycle and how they produce outputs openly to be able to assess a researcher across the various steps from pre-registration all the way towards dissemination and impact. The current sources and comparing, for example, Web of Science to OpenAlex, the equivalent that we have in our infrastructure is OpenAir Graph. And also we have another scholar knowledge graph that we have is Open Citations. But the fundamental thing is that through OpenAir Graph, at least you can get far more outputs than just journal articles. This is a work in progress, of course. We are trying through the project to do progress on what kind of outputs to include, how to validate their quality, and how to find the metadata for it. SSH, for example, has a huge coverage issue when it comes to the proprietary sources that we see here. And this is also linked to the linguistic representation that we mentioned earlier. It's not just geographical, but it's also about how research is produced from scholars in the SSH. There is locally relevant research that is being written in national languages, native languages that are not English. So we have that issue, and at least with open infrastructure, we can, by managing scholarly metadata through OpenAir Graph or the equivalent that is OpenAlex, you can see a little bit more representation in languages. Of course, there has been mentioned about the quality of data, and this is also another element of the quality of metadata actually included in these knowledge graphs. And of course, this is the role of the community that we hope to engage with and to identify where these issues are, so we can have accurate information in these knowledge graphs so they can be used properly for monitoring and other exercises in research assessment. But I want to highlight also the reinforcing of existing assessment methods when we rely on the same databases all the time. And I think the more we rely on the H index, the more we rely on traditional methods, bibliometric and quantitative methods of assessing researchers, then I think we're not moving towards the assessment methods that we want to see in the future, not towards at least open science, and not towards the integrity perspective that we want to see from the aspect of transparency of how research has been produced at the earlier stages, not just during the writing of the paper. So it's not just open peer review or peer review the issue here. We're talking about much earlier in the research lifecycle, whether those elements can be included in the in a database and in a knowledge graph. So and that then stifles whether we want to have inclusivity of output practices and also more diverse careers, because it's been mentioned again and again and again in our exercises during the pilot, how researchers are more than just researchers. Their main role is not just to publish. It's a big part of what they do, but they do teaching, they do supervision, they do so many things. And especially with SSH, you have societal impact, societal interaction, and you want to see these kind of elements also reflected in the assessment methods. And this is where the question is raised. How do you capture all this information in order to be able to present it in an assessment panel? But again, I think this is also a conversation about quality, that whether can be purely represented through numbers. So an alternative from proprietary to open sources. As I mentioned already, OpenAir Graph and Open Citations are a big part of our resources. We have other tools that do data mining, for example, and enrichment processes. From my perspective as an Opera's representative as well in the project, we are trying to promote PRISM, peer review information service for monographs, and Opera's metrics for monitoring downloads, usage, monitoring and impact essentially of open access books. So especially with peer review and the PRISM service, we had an interesting webinar back in May, and peer review is important to everyone. And I think what we want to make sure is that, especially what PRISM does, is to provide the quality assurance and the transparent method of knowing, for example, what kind of peer review method the book has. There is a space for improvement there in terms of whether we can accommodate open peer reviews for books. So this was a discussion that was raised during the webinar, and these are the things that we have noted down and we want to improve as part of the conversation around open science. Because open science is not just about openness, of course, it's about other things as well in terms of values and principles. So what are the benefits, let's say, of being engaged with with an infrastructure like ours, we are trying to go beyond the journal articles and have a diverse range of outputs. As I said, we want the community to help us and to actually be engaged with this process of maintaining quality metadata. For example, one of our pilots is going to introduce OpenAir Graph, and they ask this question about how we can make sure that certain aspects of the data that are included in the knowledge graph are of good quality, or where they're coming from, their provenance, and all of these things. And of course, this is where OpenAir Graph is open to discuss with and actually recommend where the problem is, where the problem lies, where the issue is, so they can correct the record. And I think this creates more integrity and trust on the kind of information that you use in your own services. And expanding coverage options alleviates pressure from relying on the journal record. This is about essentially, this comes also from the Open Science Outlook report from UNESCO, where they say essentially, and there's a nice blog post in Matrix, Light and Matrix, where they talk about the streetlight effect, whether, what you can monitor, essentially what you can measure is what you can use in making decisions in policy making. As I said, the coverage issue is a problem. We need to make sure and we find ways to document the diverse ways that we do research, teaching, other activities, research activities and processes, in order to include them in the scholarly record, essentially, and move from the journal to the scholarly record, in order to not always have this pressure to say that you can only be assessed based on your article, based on certain indicators that are linked to the journal article. And importantly, and again, this links, I think, in my mind to integrity and both ethics, we are working on the guidelines with CWTS in Work Package 2 in this project, and the scope framework for evaluation. And through the scope, one of the steps is about probing, essentially, biases and ways of biasing and gaming suggested methods of assessment and measuring. We know that when a measure becomes a target, then people find a way to make that look successful. Sometimes we have all the, we know about paper mills, for example, and other issues that have created this, have been created from this publish or perish kind of mentality and culture that has been, present for many, many years. So we have to try and create the right guidelines that essentially support the use of our infrastructure. And importantly, as I said, we are guided by the scope evaluation framework. We've done a lot of work internally to make sure that our steps are aligning with some of the fundamental principles. And for example, one of the key 3 principles of scope is evaluate with the evaluated. And in this process, for example, for the SSH pilot, we did a community engagement consultation process to listen to their thoughts, to listen to their needs in terms of what is wrong, what are the problems with research assessment in SSH. We also are closely related with the COARA agreement that does not, contrary to what some people say, are against necessarily indicators, but mostly about using them responsibly. And most recently, I think a lot of the partners that are involved in GRASP-OS are also now signatories or supporters of the Barcelona Declaration, essentially because I think we align philosophically with the ideas of the Barcelona Declaration at its heart. And I like to think that this is our efforts aid in transparency, which is closely linked in some ways with integrity. And hopefully all of this will lead to better and more ethical use of metrics. And but the challenge remains, from my experience, in terms of incentivization and reward policies. They are not aligned necessarily with the values of responsible research assessment at the moment. Despite the recent examples of University of Lorraine as well, not just the University of Sorbonne or University of Utrecht, they also removed themselves from the global rankings, so they don't want to be assessed by purely quantitative measures in that situation. But these are rare examples in an otherwise slow process of systemic change, I would say, in this situation.
I think we all have a role to play for this, and I think, at least from a grassroots perspective, we certainly would like to understand how we can be more involved in policy making in the future and how we can help with responsible research assessment and the ongoing change. So that would be all. Thank you.
So we can all shuffle back in. We're not being quite blinded by the light as much. So before I invite our other panelists to chip in with some comments, I'm just going to quickly recap what research integrity means. And this is based on the guidelines from ALIA in the European Code of Conduct and from the UK Concordat to support research integrity. So there's rigor and reliability, one of the main pillars of it. Then there's honesty and transparency and open communication. We've also got the ideas of care and respect. So that's for those who were involved in the research participants, and the people involved in the assessment of the research, and maybe also of society in general. And then there's also the idea of accountability, so that people need to take responsibility and you know who did what. So it's those kind of ideas. So, and that's what we're talking about. And then obviously research assessment is how we actually, so it's both journal peer review and then also the idea of assessing research for grants, but also that kind of what you see in things like the research excellence frameworks, so those kind of top-down assessments that happen periodically. So we're talking about the intersection of those two things and how they affect each other. So I guess either Eva or Svetlana, what's your experience on that interaction of research integrity and research assessment and how they might feed back on each other from a journal's perspective?
So hello to everyone. So I'm the editor-in-chief of a journal which is from medical discipline. So PUBMET, medical universities, medical faculties are very much interested in opportunity to publish a paper in our journal. So related to research integrity, of course, as a medical journal, we are following all the guidelines from International Committee for Medical Editor Journals. We are really trying to implement all possible principles of ethics in publishing, which means that we are very cautious about how papers which are being submitted are done, what is the methodology used. So this is the part of the research assessment, which is being done not only by reviewers, but primarily when the paper is being submitted by the editors who assess whether the methodology and the work has been done, also according to some ethical principles. I believe that Ksenia, who is research integrity editor in CMJ, could say also much more about that. But anyway, you know, particularly for medical journals, it is important to implement and follow certain guidelines which relate to ethics in publishing. So this is one level of, to say, problem when we are talking about assessment of research. So this is the assessment of the research quality. Another level would be something which we are somehow partially involved in, because the people who publish the papers in CMJ can utilize those publications for their career advancement. So meaning that someone else will assess research based on how much papers someone has published. And then in our region, particularly in our discipline, having as much papers in CMJ is rather solid journal means something. But I would like just to comment something what you said about, so I just, you know, the highlight was publish or perish like team, okay? Some the culture is so fantastic because it's the publisher parish culture. And something at the end, what you said was systemic change. And I think this is really a huge problem. So first, we would all like to be assessed according to some qualities. So each of us, so I'm a scientist and MD, so I know when something is very interesting, when idea is original, when the work really has the quality, it needs time, you know, to invest, to think, to make experiments, the idea to mature. So it does take time, and we can recognize what is really the quality of research. But there is still this publisher parish culture, which presses us to make more and more. And I'm not so much optimistic, I might say. I think that this culture will still be on. And I really would like to see if some other countries will implement as early as possible these criteria, which are more quality criteria than quantitative ones. But I don't know, still this is the problem. And we can see it in Croatia. So how many papers you make. So the people who are just young PhD students, I mean, it is not really realistic from them to have the paper in first or second year, and that this paper must be in Nature Communication. So I don't know which kind of paper. So just if you give me another like minute of time, I was involved because it does has to do something with research assessment, which is important for someone's career, really from very early stage of the career. Meaning that, for instance, if you apply for some exchange programs in some scientific discipline, the fact from which lab you are coming from, so how many papers you have published will have dramatic influence. So I was involved in some committee for higher education and training of some specific scientific field. And the people were applying for exchange in labs. And although there were the guidelines to have distribution according to geographical distribution, gender distribution, etc., underprivileged countries, it is always somehow that people from more developed countries got those grants. And you know why? Because usually they had more papers in much better journals. So this is why I think this publisher parish culture is quite problematic, and I do not see yet how to go beyond that and to have impacts beyond that scientific journal and impact factor. Sorry for taking.
And not to pick on Svetlana there, but it's interesting how this is so implicit, is that Svetlana used the phrase better journals. So what's a better journal? So
I just wanted to add. Well, when we are talking about research assessment, the most important thing in mind is that we need to be aware of the fact that national policies are those who are creating this scientific landscape and area, and they are pushing towards publisher pairs. And when you are organizing conferences or events at which you are talking about research assessment and research evaluation, you hardly get anyone from these bodies, which are those who are making the decisions. So we need to more engage our policymakers, which is really hard because they rely on those old traditional values. And they think if they push more into this publish or perish culture, that it means that we are raising the bar, raising the standard. But they don't think about the consequences of that. When you are doing research, you cannot publish. It's not. It cannot be expected from scientists to publish as many articles as they need, because it's not doable. Even if you have all the resources, you cannot publish 150 articles like some scientists do in the world. So it means that you are not involved at all, or at least not to a greater extent in the research. You have your research team who is publishing. So your contribution is more like a financial one, or in the design of the study, but you are not involved in the actual work. So that's one of the biggest problems. And the other one is that we as editors also rely on those scientists. So if they are pressured to publish in articles which are highly cited or highly indexed, then all those journals coming from smaller academic society, like our journal is published by our faculty. So it's not even university level, it's a faculty level. So we have small, limited resources. We are doing as much as we can and try to, as Svetlana is, their journal is a good example of how you do things right. And we are actually following their lead in that. But you are then reduced to the fact that you cannot cope with these big commercial publishers, and it's not, you cannot be expected from us to have such high impact cited articles because we are coming from the small communities. But we can offer some other things. We can offer good quality peer review process. We can offer good translation and editorial work regarding language editing, regarding multilingualism, if it's something that you have some resources or people who are engaged in that way, you can look upon. I was actually checking our gender balance, and it's more leaning towards, we don't hardly have men in our editorial board or among peer reviewers and authors, and I'm now worried how to attract more men to publish in our journal, which is something I wasn't expected to face with. So we're doing a lot of things, but we need a change also at the national level. And also we had a panel discussion recently at the Faculty of Medicine, University of Zagreb, and I was pointing out that also you as a researcher have the option to choose. You can choose a Diamond Open Access journal to publish in it. You can say, I don't know, 10% of my scientific output, I want to be in Diamond Open Access. But no one is, thinking that, well, or at least there are some people, but not many of them, at least in our area of biotechnical fields.
I wanted to pick up a little bit more on this kind of central idea of gaming, as you mentioned, and unintended consequences, and the idea of the policymakers that you mentioned. And there was an example of this that happened in Italy. So in 2011, they introduced a new law because they had a problem with nepotism. And they wanted, so they were actually using maybe too informal of a system. So essentially it's just, your friends and your family, and you reward them. And so they introduced what was supposed to be a more objective system, which was the H-index. And so people would then need to reach certain levels of H-index in order to get, advance in their career. And the unintended consequence is that then lots of Italian researchers engaged in citation rings to promote each other and to increase their H-index. So that's one anecdote of how these things can happen at a policy level and have unintended consequences. So I just thought it'd be useful to discuss the kind of experiences of what's happening under the current system and current policies, where kind of well-meaning policies have been put in place, and what's actually how that's filtered down.
I think one thing I want to mention about just to insist a little bit on the diversity of outputs and how this is perceived. One of our pilots, for example, in their platform, I think they completely said that they are not really interested on open access. They don't need data that are related to open access books. And I think this was because the emphasis on their because it was a chemistry department, they needed to, the focus was mostly on journal articles. And I think that's, I just wanted to add that also as an anecdote of something I felt to my skin during this conversation, like how irrelevant I felt as an infrastructure provider and as a service provider in the project when I wanted to talk about open access books. And I think this was very obvious in other parts with other pilots as well. And I think that just speaks to the work that we still need to do to include other types of outputs, although monographs and books are considered important, I think, in many ways. But a lot of people are publishing them in closed venues because then they become textbooks, or there are other, and also there are big expenses around open access books, bigger than even some articles processing charges. There are developments around this situation as well, but that's not the conversation right now. All I wanted to say was how obvious it is within the project that the focus at the moment is, okay, how can we get better information around journal articles rather than go into more diverse outputs, which is what open science is all about. And of course, just to close this, I'm not saying that we should abandon journal articles or people shouldn't write journal articles. I think what the argument and the conversation is, do not do salami slicing, as they say. Don't produce too many publications that essentially are that could be one or two publications. Don't make them 5 or 6 just to get the numbers out there. But of course, never did I feel that we have to, because you mentioned that authors, researchers can choose to publish in Diamond Open Access Publishing, but I think we're going to go in a vicious circle here where the incentivization, as you said, from national policies cannot really allow them, because we're talking about livelihoods, careers. I think people just want to advance. And if the system says this is how you advance, then this is how you proceed. And I think that's why I'm interested a lot in this project that we are at the moment, that how can we get the information out there about the guidelines as well? How can we reach to evaluation panels and discuss this kind of change in policies to ensure that, and I think the rest will follow in terms of integrity and diversity of outputs. Just wanted to at this point.
I can speak again a bit anecdotally, but about how policies kind of go awry sometimes.
Sure.
At my university, they have really been trying to promote non-academic, so outreach work, science communication work, so these other types of outputs, and they have offered some funding for that. There's a prize now for what they call knowledge mobilization, I think. Unfortunately, what has happened is it has not taken away the expectation to publish more traditional forms. It has just added an expectation that you will also do this outreach type of work. And I have been on committees where we've been looking at PhD applications, postdoc applications, and people saying, oh, well, yeah, sure, they have a lot of journal articles, but they haven't done any outreach. So it's become an additional expectation rather than diversifying your type of output.
That's true. Yes, that's true, because there were some ideas to, just abandon the idea to publish in journal articles. But I think of it like, if you don't read anymore newspaper like New York Times and just read the news feedback on news feed, on Facebook. So, that's a lot of different ideas there, a lot of misinformation. And if you will move away from the peer review process, I don't think that it will benefit much to the scientific community, but to diversify output, that's something that it needs to be. We are now creating at our faculty our open access policy, which includes all forms of scientific output. And then when I was asked to give some guidelines for them to write the initial draft, when I put everything in it, like open, like not only open articles, well, of course, you cannot make it obligatory, but you can stimulate the teachers or researchers to publish in open access, but also to provide open research data and open educational material. And when I mentioned educational material, that was like, no, big no. And I said, why? But it should be open. But they are not confident enough to put them in open access. Now they are debating that it should be, yes, of course, you are right. But you need to like educate them at all levels that everything which they do as the researcher and as teacher is important as well. And you were mentioning lay summaries. It's another form which we are trying to introduce in our journal. We introduced graphical abstract as a way of like graphically representing the main idea of the articles. And now we want to move more towards like open science, which will be also available to the general public to be able to read and extrapolate some information from the articles as well. And we thought that there would be that we have a lot of authors complaining about it, oh, I need an additional effort, I just need to create graphical abstract. But actually they are really excited about the idea to present their work in another form, which would be more available and readable, and you can also promote it better on social networks. So I think if you do your baby steps and educate your authors, of course, reviewers, editors, and all collaborators, you can do some to some extent some success in that way.
So that would be moving towards the idea of accessibility, not just open access, but the way that people can understand and use the work as being an aspect of research quality. So another aspect of accessibility, and this is what you were kind of driving at, is this concept of preprints being an alternative to peer-reviewed journals or an adjunct to peer-reviewed journals. So recently, the Chan Zuckerberg Foundation of the Facebook founder thing, decided that they were no longer going to use their funds to fund open access APC's article processing charges, and instead they were going to mandate that all outputs needed to be in preprints. And so there's this idea that you could have this new world where everything is open and assessed in preprints. And the NIH have also said that they can include preprints in the assessment. So I just thought I'd get the panel's view on how preprints feed into research assessment, and maybe the unintended consequences of that as a new world of publishing.
I mean, the idea, and not only the idea, but the preprints which are existing today are certainly a great source of information, of scientific information. I must say that in some communities, in some circles, there is still a little bit of a dilemma about whether to put something on the preprint platform, because scientists like to put the data on the preprint because they want to have their data visible as soon as possible. On the other hand, someone can steal the idea and then publish the data somewhere else. But then you have, of course, some kind of confirmation that you already put that on the preprint platform. So anyway, a lot of scientists are very positive about preprint. In Croatia, I don't know whether we had some kind of investigation about the people wanted or not to put some on the preprints. I mean, our journals are, classical peer-reviewed journals. We can, of course, accept the paper which was previously on the preprint platform. And I do believe that this kind of making data available is something which is not only future, but is already the presence of the scientific data visibility. It is only the problem, I'm coming from the medical field, there is always some kind of cautiousness related to the data which are coming from, for instance, clinical studies, if these are not really reviewed, peer-reviewed. And what is the possible danger is that maybe some data which are not really confirmed and not reviewed really may be interpreted in a wrong way by media, by someone else. So maybe just in certain fields of the science, one should be more cautious about open data. Of course, the data should be open, should be visible, should be free available to all of us, to the community, to people, to patients, to everyone. But some data should be validated even more. And for certain type of studies, I do not see any additional kind of validation, but real peer review. So this would be like my...
Yeah, but you can have some preprints also which are peer reviewed. There were some investigation about the attitudes toward using preprint repositories in Croatia, but the best indicator was when we were collecting as a Croatian Association for Scholarly Communication, which I'm president of, we were collecting the data for 145 journals to include their copyrights and archiving policies into Sherpa Romeo. And most of the journals click no on the possibility of putting the submitted version into the preprint repository, and also even accepted version. They're only letting authors to put the published version, although most of the journals in Croatia are in Diamond Open Access. So there are no like fees, article processing charge, etc. But they were not inclined to be open to the possibility of evaluating manuscripts which are on preprint servers. In our journal, we had some articles, not many, that were previously published on preprint servers, and we labeled it quite clear. But we had some reviews with the inquiries. Yeah, we found this journal is already published, and then you need to explain them and educate the journal policies that we can accept these articles for evaluation, and that these are preprint repositories. So this, and it was even more, it was like a non-peer reviewed preprint repository. So you need to educate them more to be able to conduct this in the journal policies.
Did we have a mic down on the floor? Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
I'm also from the Croatian Medical Journal. I don't have a comment about your discussion, but I have a question for you. What do you think about posting a preprint after submitting to a journal? Not before, and that is the original intention, but after, and that is a very common practice. So, I mean, authors don't put a manuscript on a preprint server. They wait until they submit to a journal, and after acceptance, they put it on preprint servers or in the process of peer review. What do you think about that practice?
Yeah, sure. So there's all sorts of pedantry about the semantics of what you call these things. So that would be called a postprint. So some But they will still be posted on preprint servers. They're still called preprint servers, even though they're not printed. So we should not get hung up so much on what they're called, but the effects of the actions. Some journals don't like that because they feel that is kind of having your cake and eating it. So it's both publishing in the traditional journal and then taking exactly the same text and putting it for free on a repository. So some journals and publishers are very relaxed about that and are not bothered. Others are like, well, we have all of our stuff behind a paywall, so you're ruining our subscriptions. So it will depend on the publishers. But generally speaking, most publishers are actually quite relaxed about authors doing that. I think the only issue that I've seen where there's a real conflict is where things are kind of being embargoed for press release. And that starts to get a bit weird because they might have put the preprint out maybe a year and a half earlier and it gets to the time of publication and you have to say, no, please don't go and put the published, the accepted version up now because we're actually doing a press release of the final version. So there can be nuances, but generally speaking, it's not really a big conflict. It will just depend on how hung up particular publishers and journals are.
Well, in our journal, we are posting online accepted versions of the manuscript. So you can have an advantage of having already with the DOI this version of the article. And we are now introducing at our creation portal of scientific journals. They introduced the option to have a version of records. So you can, if you are at that platform or using it solely without your website, you can publish each new version with the description what is different and in this version what differs from the previous one. So there are ways of doing this, but as you said, if it's a subscription-based journal, of course they will not be happy if you post your accepted paper elsewhere. So I don't think you need to check with the journal editorial office or editor if you can do it. Sometimes you can have an like they will say, okay, just do it. So I think most of them will not object to that, but of course you need to be aware of the journal policy and ask in advance if it's not clearly written at the journal's website.
Yeah, and often you'll find that they allow you to post the not the formatted final copy-edited version, but whatever's got through peer review. So they'll be like, our fancy typology is the thing that we really care about. So moving on from the discussion about preprints, but like these forward-thinking ideas, what are the kind of alternatives to this current system where we use things like the journal impact factor and H indexes to assess people? How are we moving on from that? So both the idea of alternative metrics, so alt metrics, so these can both be article level, so things like article level citations, article level usage in different forms, social media, and then also looking at journals in a different way as well. What other alternatives are there, either metrics or kind of qualitative ways that are being promoted or that you think might be valuable?
I recently had these conversations for our pilot. And I think when we were putting the conversation, as I said in my talk earlier as well, the conversation indicators and quality side by side, I think the universe broke down in some ways because they didn't just think that an indicator could be a proxy for quality in any way or shape. Just to remind you that this was an SSH conversation, and I think when we were talking about quality, the conversation was about peer review. So essentially, but not just, I think we need also to think when we think about research assessment, we have the individual level, we have the institution, the department, the country. We have so many different types of assessments that not all indicators or all ways of assessing will be the same. So you mentioned earlier open data. For example, in an assessment process, the fair open science is about fair data as well, which sometimes means they are not open, but the metadata is available, and you also have restrictions, and you can share your data. For example, it's very prevalent in social sciences where there are sensitive data about specific research, for example, that involves children or other types of data. So what I want to say about that, and this was also mentioned in the discussions, is that you cannot measure and assess by the same token either institutions or individuals. These should be very different things. And so when you assess an institution, yes, you have to assess them on what kind of infrastructures they have in place to enable people to share their data. This could be a repository, this could be a team that helps them to do the side work, because they also have to do research, so we have to keep that in mind. But then when you come to the individual, they might have very good reasons why they cannot share their data open. So we have to be very careful when we are creating these new structures, not to be universal. Another conversation was about data management plans and whether data management plans could be included as an indicator, as an assessment method. And then someone mentioned that what if someone doesn't have a data management plan because the project does not really require it, or the research does not really require it, which is another conversation, how a project could not altogether have a data management plan, even if we consider data something more broader and wider, such as research, research material, not necessarily numbers or something that's very tangible in many ways. So in thinking new ways, I think the conversation always leads to the point of peer review, which then I was a part of another conversation about scalability of peer review, of course, when we have so many, so much research going on moving forward, the researchers, this is a very vibrant area. So the scalability of peer review is in question here in terms of how easy it is to be applied in terms of human resources as well. Do you have the staff to actually do this kind of peer review? So that's where, again, there was an editorial or a opinion piece about the challenge that Quora is presenting ourselves by, let's say, putting aside scientometrics or bibliometrics or whatever you want to call it to one side and saying, okay, let's make peer review central, but of course supported by indicators. So I think moving forward, again, it's about changing. It all comes back to research culture and how and what do we value in this process. And I think that's something that's very entrenched, I think, at the moment in how people look at themselves, and how easy and universal it is something to be assessed. And then there is so much nuance if we move past the indicators, these current quantitative indicators, that I think no one wants confusion. We're already, people are already confused enough or curious enough to do research. And then when it comes to things like assessment, they want things to be very stable and easy to compare and easy to assess. And so there is a little bit of, equity there as well. So many challenges. And from my experience at the moment, and this goes back to an interesting editorial, I think, in Nature by Tregon in 2018, don't tell me what not to do, but tell me what to do. Because there was this conversation that started early that, don't use quantitative measures as a proxy for quality, but then nobody tells us what is quality. And I think this is, again, the problem across the levels of the points of assessment that you might have. So in terms of the future, I don't think I have seen good responses, at least from the interactions I've had so far. Not because people don't want to offer, but because they rely, as you said, on instinct and on experience when it comes to peer review, for example. And I think the experience of the people who are there in the panels counts for something when it comes to it at the very end.
And I think actually there is an element that is at the core of the problems with research assessment, and I'll say how I think, and you can comment on it, is that people have this word quality, but everybody uses it to mean different things. And among researchers who've grown up through the system for decades, What they mean is I'll be able to attract a lot of grant money and I'll be able to get published in high impact journals and get lots of citations. And that's what they think about as quality. And neuro researchers are thinking, no, I mean, quality is that I'm following open research principles and I'm following research integrity principles. And that is what comes out as quality. And so is there that kind of culture clash which is causing this confusion? And is the solution to maybe abandon the word quality or excellence and actually say what we mean instead?
Absolutely great idea to replace those terms with some other term or just not have term at all, because you know the term excellence has been so overused lately that it really becomes a little bit, you know, you become nervous when you heard that, because you will get the grant if you are excellent, you will get the exchange if you're excellent, you will get, you know, PhD award or something if your work was excellent, if your mentor was tracking the idea of excellence. So yes, you are absolutely right. Maybe we all are thinking on different things when talking about quality and excellence. And you are also absolutely right. It's not easy to set what is that, and it is much more easy for people to have something which is quantified, something which you can rely on. So it is not easy only for researcher, but also the one who assesses the research quality. Cool. So now I misused again this quality. So I mean, for me as a scientist, quality means something completely different, like not to get a good grant or to have a lot of papers, but really to have some original idea, you know, something which is different, something which changes something in science. So this is quality, but this is not what is going on each day. So it's rare.
In some countries, they are judging the research output based on your 3 best articles that you choose, for example. But you also have a panel of experts who evaluate it. So it's not different than the peer review process, but at least it's some way of getting away from the numbers, you know, like you need to have a lot of articles, they need to be cited that and that many times. So if you are just, it's like going back to the basics, you know, basics, which were actually really someone who understands what you intended to describe in your paper, who is well aware of the fact that is doing research in this field, is giving you like an opinion about your research output, and is it valid? Does it stand? Because a lot of time we rely on peer review process, but it's not perfect. For example, if you are coming from a small country, it's hard to find available reviewers because they usually decline the task due to the 10 journals who asked them before that, and they are from their own countries or whatever reasons they have some vouchers there or whatever. So and sometimes even after peer reviewing process, because we are really doing the editorial work, so we are really heavily editing each manuscript, then we realize that there are some faults in the presentation of the results. And then we ask them the authors to check, and you see that a lot of things are being missed during the peer review process, which if you are talking about the food technology is not that big deal, but if you're talking about the medicine, it could be very dangerous to have such faulty data or misinterpreted data published. So yes, there are some ways of going to some other types of evaluation, but it's still not perfect.
Can I just add one comment about the quality and excellence? There's also the discussion around whether null results or negative results should be published or not. And I would ask, if someone publishes the results and they are negative or null or whatever they're called, the official lingo. Is it not quality research? Is quality about the methodology, the rigor that we talked about earlier from a negative perspective, also about what they did in the research process, but the results obviously, did not amount to what initially the hypothesis might have been. So, this also creates, other discussions about if someone does about open science, if someone does this research and they share their methods, not just the output, then you can understand maybe what went wrong, maybe you can help, maybe there is something that could be, but I don't think we incentivize, and I don't think you can really incentivize someone to share negative results in that way, but to allow for it at least, because, and this creates the selective kind of situation where you choose what to publish as well. You choose to only publish what is positive, what you think will get you the attention, what will be considered innovative. And sometimes it's obvious, it's easy to understand it, but then I just wanted to bring into the conversation that element of discussion about the negative results and the publication record, essentially, whether it can or should be somehow accommodated.
Yeah, and the ALIA code that I mentioned at the start, it says that you should be publishing negative results. I think the skepticism some people have is that they say, oh, well, you didn't know what you're doing and that's why you couldn't replicate my experiments. So there is that kind of view, but that can be solved by making sure that your methods are detailed in sufficient detail that someone can tell why that might be the case. I was thinking, what was the thought there? No, it's gone. You can keep discussing that while I...
No, I just wanted about whether you can replicate. I think I was reading quite a few papers now for a different reason, and the word crisis, when it came to replication crisis and reproducibility crisis, at least those who are saying that it's not really a crisis, I think some of the arguments in there was whether you can truly 100% replicate a research, at least using the same data and the same methods, or at least, a variation where, and then you go to different definitions, which I cannot remember, and I don't want to go into that right now, but that's the other thing about using the word crisis in this situation. And I just wanted to mention that as well, because you mentioned the replication element, whether something can be replicated or not 100%. And whether that would affect, the argument, should I share then my methods or not, because replication then becomes another conversation. I just think I don't think, in my mind at least, it affects the principles of why we want people to keep sharing other outputs than just general articles, but we need to enrich the scholarly record. That's what.
Remember, the thing I was going to say was that this, Svetlana will be familiar with this, is that medicine had this big problem with publication bias in clinical trials, so that they were lots of positive trials were being published and not the negative ones, and just medicine decided, right, we've had enough, and so they just all general medical journals said you need to pre-register your trials, and if you don't, then we won't publish them, and you have to use reporting guidelines, and if you don't, then we won't publish them. So essentially it transformed it was about 2005 when everybody went this, and there's a great study from the NIH, I think it's the cardiovascular section, and there's loads and loads of positive results, and then overnight it just crashes down from about 50% to about 10%. So it just complete sea change happened, just saying you've got to say what you're going to do in advance in public, and then afterwards you've got to use structured ways of reporting your data. And it works particularly for randomized trials because there's such a structured way of doing research. But there is the idea of pre-registration out there. But yeah, as you said, forcing everyone to do it that way, it worked in clinical medicine, but can everybody else follow along behind?
Have enough time, because there are also some other things maybe to be discussed. Okay, so you talked about negative results and the publicability of the negative results. I think this is absolutely useful, because then someone else will not just reproduce. So the negative result also can be resulted in spite of skepticism. Why did you do the job? Your hypothesis was bad, etc. But on the other hand, maybe we are really facing this problem of hyperproduction. I mean, are we adding with all these kinds of studies and papers to this really problem, which becomes the problem particularly for young people who are, just entering the science, are not able to select what paper is really, the best one to learn something on and then to start research.
Yeah, and that's really, I think this wraps up what some of the problem is here, is that it's often not, journals are getting the submissions and they're publishing them. It's like, why were those studies being done in the first place? And this is the idea of research waste, is you're both causing waste by not publishing studies that have been done, but you're also causing waste by doing studies that shouldn't have been done in the first place, because we already knew what the answers were if we just looked at all the published research. I think we have to wrap up now. Do we have any time for last questions, or are the organizers going to throw us out? Yeah, Dranka.
Thank you. It's always for me difficult to articulate my thoughts, and thank you for this really great discussion. So what I would like to say, the reform of the research assessment, as I understand, is not going to abandon all metric indicators and just base the research assessment on undefined concept of quality, which I really like this part of the discussion on quality. So we are not abandoning metric indicators. Why inside open access movement, and especially open access publishing, we are against journal impact factor, not because journal impact factor is bad metric indicator. It's good. It's showing that editors and publishers are skilled in attracting high quality content, getting a lot of citations. So, but it's so heavily misused that we need to do something about that. So what journal impact factor is not showing at all, is not showing the quality of the published article inside. Yes, we can say that number of citations is showing something about quality. We can say that, not impact factor, number of citation of specific article. We can say that altmetric indicators are showing something about popularity and other metric indicators. So, but we should be really careful when we are basing the career of researcher or someone's destiny according to misused numbers. So that's what we need to address when we are speaking about changes in the research assessment system. But I wanted to say something more. Yes, so what we would like to have is to have a much wider range of different indicators, and also supported by qualitative assessment in the form of peer review or anything similar. So, but we can still, I'm really somehow tired of this, that we should look at the whole all various types of research output, because we didn't move from journal article also in the open science initiatives. We are still speaking about journal articles as exclusive output of researchers. So we are speaking about research data. We are speaking but not about other contribution, the results of intellectual work and research. So if we make this step forward to implement, I was discussing a lot with Lynn about equity, diversity, inclusion. And equity, diversity, inclusion is not only about gender or about language. It's about various research outputs. So it would be really great start to just look at the whole range of journal output when we are assessing anything on any level, institutional, individual, project level, etc.
I would just like to mention an elephant in the room that we are having, and we are not mentioning it. It's publishing industry. So we should be aware to what extent the things that we are discussing and the time that we are wasting are because we are trying to play according to the rules set by the publishing industry. Why do we publish so much? An average researcher doesn't have to publish that much. They don't have to say that much to publish 10 articles a year, but they're doing this because big publishers have to make a living. And we're working for them. And we should be aware, for example, I'm a librarian. I spent about 2/3 of my working hours explaining the stuff that fall into the category of side effects of the publishing industry. And 1/3 of my working hours doing the things that I should be doing, supporting researchers, doing research data management, managing, I don't know, literature, etc. So this is something that we should be aware of because we get lost very often in the discussions whether we should use metrics or qualitative analysis, etc. And we are not aware that a great part of our work is actually dictated by the publishing industry and by the fact that they need to make the money. So that's all for me.
Can I just hear? I understand what you're saying, but I don't wholly agree because at the very end, it's the researcher. I remember a conversation with my dissertation supervisor in the university when I got my degree, and he said to me, Fotis, I have published 125 articles. Maybe not all of them are highly cited, but at least I have someone else. And this was for him the way to get to the next level of his academic ladder. I don't see here how the publishing industry is at fault. What I think we have the problem is that there are consequences from where we have to publish that then creates all of this conversation around, as I mentioned earlier, Scopus, Web of Science, or, where you are indexed, what is the journal impact factor, all of these things. But ultimately, it's prestige, it's perceptions of where we think we should be publishing, but at the very end is what counts towards an evaluation where you are in your research career. And that's why I think this was also a point that was discussed in the Opera's conference, whether, because we try to understand how publishing can change, but it's not just, that's why I mentioned in my last slide that the challenge is where is the incentivization? Where is that starting? That is the starting point for me. Once, because as you said earlier, why don't you publish in one of your 10 articles in a Diamond Publishing? Because what will that do for my career? Ultimately, if I can publish somewhere else.
It has to do with the publishing industry because they are building this culture. They're investing in marketing and they're building this culture. So if you try to change, for example, I'm a member of a policy-making team in my country, and if you try to change this, you say, well, okay, you just write a paper, change the policy, change, because the current system, I will talk about this tomorrow, it's quite expensive. It's based on metric, but it's quite expensive. So you can change this. It's up to you. You're the ministry. They still abide to this culture. That is actually, if you track the process, you will see that it comes from the publishers, from the marketing. The whole idea of prestige previously in the previous century, previous prestige was something else. It wasn't measured by the journal impact factor. So we are not sufficiently aware of that culture.
With the caveat that I've worked for 3 publishers, the journal impact factor actually came about as a service to librarians to know which journals they should subscribe to, which were subscription journals. So it came back in the 1960s, and it wasn't driven by publishers at all. And it has mutated away from that heuristic for librarians to know what to include in their catalogs to this thing by which journals are measured. And it's actually a double-edged sword, is that many publishers actually find it incredibly difficult when there are impact factors on particular journals, because then it transforms the demographic of the authors who are submitting to them. So you go from authors who are part of your community and understand you to authors who simply just want to game the system and get published. So submissions can go through the roof. It can be incredibly hard to manage it. So it's something that actually isn't necessarily, certainly from editorial teams, many editorial teams absolutely hate the impact factor and wish it would disappear. At the same time, you've got marketing teams who maybe are not aware that the publisher signed up to the Declaration on Research Assessment. So publishers are not a monolith on this, and it actually isn't, publishers cannot force institutions to use the impact factor. There's certain amounts of lobbying, and it certainly was the precursor to, it was Pergamon Press who really, Maxwell was one that got sold to Elsevier, who really turned it into an art form of manipulating the impact factor. But it's certainly not something that's by itself coming from the publishing industry, and it's governments and institutions who are driving it as well. And if governments and institutions said we're not going to use it anymore, then no matter how much Clarivate and the publishing industry screamed about it, you just wouldn't use it anymore.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. But I want to finish with some more optimistic view. I'm involved in the re-accreditation process at my faculty, and we are filling a lot of tables. And a lot of the data which we need to provide them is regarding publishing in open access, publishing open access books, giving lectures, creating some educational material. So we moved away from the previous metrics, which was only the scientific output in journal articles and perhaps some books and book chapters and how many times you are cited. Now they are doing a more complete profile of the research institution with all these elements, including citizen science, and especially with the focus on open access. So I'm very optimistic that we are moving slowly, but we are moving in the right direction. So it is a change that is induced by at our national level. So you can do it, but you need to advocate. Fortunately, we have Jadranka, Drahomir, and the rest of the team in Croatia who are pushing for it. So, but it seems that everything which we are repeating each year at public conference is finding the way to the right people. So, yeah, it's more like an optimistic closure.
Yeah, and I'd agree with that. I think it's making sure that the different parts of the system are talking to each other and are aligned, because it's very easy for us all to just sit here and blame each other, you know. And actually a lot of the lever is with funders, and so it's initiatives from funders like the Gates Foundation and the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, who are just like, we're going to try and move the needle on this. And they're actually doing things that might change things. And if other funders move and governments move and journals keep, you know, signing DORA, and, you know, we may have progress towards something where we're not competing so much, we're more collaborative, we're not so obsessed with this idea of impact and quality. We move more to the idea of, you know, rigor and transparency, and we may get there towards something which helps improve science rather than just trying to climb up that ladder. I think we're done. Thanks, everyone.
So, thank you, Matt, for chairing this panel, and thank you to our panelists. And I must invite you to continue this discussion tonight at the conference dinner that will be held at the Adora Student Restaurant starting at 8:30. Of course, we will have another panel discussion tomorrow, so we can continue in the same way. And before the conference dinner, we have a Zadar city tour that is starting in front of this building in 15 minutes. So we are inviting you all to go to the tour and afterwards to the dinner, to join us for the conference dinner.